The story kicks off at the impressive campus of the 4th Academy in Su. Today, Director Jin Long announces the day everyone has been waiting for. These young students will finally become official players and receive their designated class. They could become a swordsman, a knight, or even a mage. Then a magic circle glows. It shines under their feet. Our main guy, Chiaoyu, has been here 18 years. Yes, he is a reincarnated soul in this parallel world called Kaiji. It looks exactly like Earth, with just one massive, dangerous twist. Dungeons exist here, and 18-year-olds get special powers to clear them all out. Stepping into the portal to the inner world, he holds his breath. He silently prays for a decent class. Suddenly, a voice asks if it is his first time. Yes, he confirms. A quick loading screen pops up, and things get weird. A dark, shadow-wrapped skull begins to circle around him, signaling a massive change. The system alerts him that he has just unlocked a secret class. A necromancer, Chiaoyu is absolutely stunned because this class is unbelievably rare. Only 1 or 2 people in all of history have ever received it. Just one wave of his hand can summon a legion of high-ranking skeletons. With enough mana, he is a literal one-man army on the battlefield. Usually, a rare class like this comes with insanely high starter stats. But when he opens his status window, he sees a big fat 0 under spirit. How is a necromancer supposed to do anything with absolutely 0 magic power? Stats are handed out randomly up to 10, and spirit is crucial for his class. Yet his luck is so terrible, he got the worst possible roll. Next, the system suddenly prompts him to roll for a random passive talent. But Chiaoyu is so depressed he doubts even an S-rank talent can save him. Then the system grants him a unique talent called Brave Heart of a Mage. This mysterious talent awards him a free stat point whenever he defeats an enemy. Specifically, he has to use physical attacks to boost his basic attributes. This is wild, since players normally only get stats by leveling up. Now he can infinitely farm stats just by swinging a weapon. With this, he can literally max out every single stat on his sheet. He now has the ultimate cheat code to become an absolute powerhouse. He plans to build up his stats before even trying to summon anything. Since he needs physical hits to trigger the talent, strength is everything. He immediately dumps all 10 of his free points straight into strength. With 20 points in strength, his physical power is already off the charts. Next up, he must clear a quick beginner's quest to unlock his class fully. Instantly, the system teleports him directly to the starting zone. He stands before a massive portal, met by a polite young lady. This is his guide, Elaine. Chiaoyu lets her know he is ready to register. She happily welcomes him and hands over a standard starter gift package. He gets a basic cloak, a cheap wooden staff, and a skill book. The book teaches him basic skeleton summoning, while the cloak offers some defense. Normally, the staff would be useless due to his lack of magic power. But with 20 strength, this wizard staff makes an incredible club. Now it is time for his first real trial, surviving the misty cavern. He needed to be quick, tread carefully, and avoid smashing the skeleton soldiers. Before Elaine could even finish warning him, he ran. Diving straight into the portal, he began walking deeper into the cave. Piles of old bones littered the cavern floor, and regret finally started creeping in. He realized it then. She had been trying to tell him something incredibly important. The sheer number of skeletons rising up was completely overwhelming. It did not take long before one spotted him and rushed in. The level 1 monster had only 5 strength and 1 agility point. Gripping his magic staff tightly like a heavy wooden club, he got ready to swing. One powerful swing was all it took, a completely devastating blow. Clean off, its head popped right off, clattering onto the dirt. He double-checked to make sure it was completely gone, since magic was locked. The system rewarded him with 1 attribute point and 3 experience points. Best of all, he unlocked a ranked passive called Miracle of the Mighty. Every point in strength now converted directly into 2 attack points. With this passive skill active, his offensive power was effectively doubled. When facing an opponent with 0 defense, his damage output would skyrocket. 42 damage, that was his output now, seriously, talk about an overpowered start. Suddenly, dozens of bony hands began clawing their way out of the dirt. They brandished rusted knives, moving together in a creepy, rhythmic kind of death dance. Blocking out the distractions, he focused solely on finishing his mission. The pack closed in, desperate to finish what their fallen comrades started. One wide sweep, his staff turned the entire group back into dust. He earned 4 attribute points and 12 experience points, triggering a level up. This granted 5 bonus points, pushing his strength stat to 30. A normal high-level genius only started with 10. This was almost too easy. He started wondering if these weak monsters were just there to give him free levels. But they kept coming. Another round of skeletons began to crawl up. This time, a level 3 captain emerged with 15 strength and 20 defense. It possessed enough raw power to cause real trouble if a blow landed. Fortunately, with only 1 agility point, hitting him would be almost impossible. His initial staff strike slammed hard against the massive shield of the captain. The captain immediately countered, shattering the stone floor right where he stood. It was a precise, crushing blow that left a massive crater in the ground. An opening, since the beast was painfully slow, he spotted a weak spot. He swung his staff, connecting directly with the skeleton's exposed rib cage. The heavy impact knocked it off balance, exposing it for a final blow. Laughing, he dared the monster to try and block his next strike. The staff came down hard right onto its unprotected, bony back. Securing 3 more attribute points and 10 experience was pretty tough. He could not imagine how normal players were supposed to survive this dungeon. Then he remembered director Jin Long mentioning that elite monsters dropped valuable cores. These cores gave random rewards. Let's see what kind of loot drops. Picking up the glowing orb, he discovered a pair of consumable gloves. They guaranteed that his very next attack would land as a critical hit. He examined the item, but as he stood there, more skeletons crawled up. More enemies were appearing, and this was definitely not part of his plan. As each bony figure pulled itself up, even more followed right behind. Being level 2 with only 20 health points meant he had to be careful. But with his crazy high strength, smashing these monsters was total child's play. He quickly pocketed 10 more attribute points. Fortunately, these bony creeps were slow. Their agility was basically non-existent. He pulled up his status screen to check. At level 3, his strength was already at 46. Outside, students were chatting. Everyone was showing off their new classes, dreaming of making their families proud. Director Jin Long just stood there silently, waiting for the final student. Nobody could understand why. Why was this taking this kid so long? It was literally just a running test, but he was taking forever. A classmate who actually knew him was starting to get really worried. Meanwhile, deep inside the cave, he wondered why the skeletons had stopped spawning. Still no system alert popped up. Then a bone-chilling voice echoed. "How dare he!" It boomed. He whipped around instantly. Glowing skulls floated into the air and launched right at him, forcing quick dodges. Right in front of him, loose bones assembled into a massive shape. Dark flame-like shadows erupted from the floor, revealing a true nightmare. This absolute beast was far more dangerous than any regular skeleton. It was the Skeleton King, 45 strength, 60 defense. It also packed heavy skills like piercing bone and explosive bone. Spawning a boss in a beginner zone, Jin Long must want them dead. The towering Skeleton King raised its weapon and prepared to strike first. Watch this dodge, he barely slipped away from that crushing attack. If that had landed, his run would have ended right then and there. His only saving grace was the boss's slow speed, but could he pierce that defense? There was only one way to find out. He closed in for his first strike. His fist slammed into an exposed rib, dealing 32 points of damage. It worked, now he just needed to do it 10 more times. He unleashed a rapid barrage on the massive boss, with its slow reflexes. There was absolutely nothing the giant monster could do to dodge his fists. The boss collapsed to the ground. Our hero took a quick breath. But wait, why did it fall with 200 health points left? Something was off. This boss had never faced someone using pure physical attacks. Usually, players relied on magic, but he was literally punching his way through. If its skeleton army were still standing, it would never be this vulnerable. It refused to let a mere novice humiliate it and escape alive. Suddenly, a dark red aura flared. The Skeleton King was powering up. It started tracking his every move, locking onto him for a counterstrike. The beast moved with terrifying speed now, throwing a lightning-fast blow. He barely slipped past it, but the danger level was off the charts. Trading hits directly was too risky. He had to adjust to this speed. As the boss lunged again, his eyes caught an unstable boulder overhead. He baited the attack, diving right toward the loose rock to trigger a trap. And there it is, the two lock eyes, silently analyzing each other. He deliberately provokes the Skeleton King, baiting it to attack him right there. The bait works, the Giant King prepares to strike, and their first clash begins. Xiao blocks with his staff, but the sheer impact sends him flying. 26 damage, just like that, a simple shove leaves him in absolute ruins. He has only 4 health points left. But the relentless monster keeps advancing, completely determined to end him. The monster strikes again, completely blind to his surroundings. But just as the attack lands, heavy rocks from the ceiling come crashing down. Direct hit, the cave-in drains 70 of the boss's health points. Now the beast is trapped, struggling with only 129 health remaining. Seeing his enemy pinned, Xiao decides to seize this chance to finish the job. With health so dangerously low, he cannot afford to let this fight drag on. Completely focused, he prepares to end the entire battle with a single, crushing blow. He equips a special glove that guarantees his next strike will deal critical damage. Forget the magic staff, this time he's relying purely on his bare fists. The helpless skeleton watches, powerless, as a heavy punch is thrown. The impact shatters the cave floor as the skeleton's flames begin to fade. Finally, the beast falls, and the system announces his successful completion of the trial. As a reward for being the first to defeat the boss, he receives 30 attribute points. And since he conquered the challenge barehanded, he secures even more rewards. 10 bonus points, 50 experience, and 3 full levels. On top of that, he drops the Skeleton King's rare ring. It boosts his next attack damage by 50% with a daily cooldown. This is a highly valuable Class C item, meaning he can sell it for a fortune. Still, Xiao is quite intrigued that he was the absolute first to clear this. He wonders how the other students managed to pass, but it honestly doesn't matter. At this point, he just wants to leave, with 76 strength points now. Combined with the brave heart of Talon, his muscle makes Miracle's skill is active. Finally, he teleports outside, appearing right in the middle of the other students. His friend Yang immediately hugs him, incredibly relieved after worrying about his delay. Yang asks what took him so long when everyone else finished so fast. Apparently, 3 hours have passed since the last student finished, which shocks Xiao. Changing the subject, Xiao asks Yang about his chosen class, who proudly claims mage. But their chat is cut short as a snob approaches, mocking Xiao's delay. This annoying pest is named Mafe, and he immediately starts calling Xiao a fool. He smugly asks to show off his class. Honestly, who does this guy think he is? Dealing with him feels exactly like babysitting a petty toddler. Fortunately, the academy director steps up to address the crowd. He announces training starts tomorrow, but first, everyone must present their classes. Some introduce themselves with pure enthusiasm, while others stay silent due to their low-ranked talents. One talented girl steps up, revealing, She is a mage and healer named Xiao, while Ju claims her spot as a paladin with a B-rank talent. Even that annoying Mafe turns out to be a B-rank swordsman. The crowd immediately starts hyping him up, since swordsman is such a top-tier class. Looking at the candidates, the director realizes even B-rank talent has potential. Some could become absolute legends. Now, Zyro steps up to make his introduction. He reveals he is a necromancer, but stops dead before sharing his talent. Speaking up is too risky right now. Besides, there is a catch. Even he doesn't know what it is. Still, the director looks incredibly pleased. A necromancer is a rare secret class, and the other students are stunned. One legendary necromancer once wiped out a whole guild. Meph is instantly intrigued. Standard mages are physically fragile in close combat, and necromancers are notoriously weaker. They constantly need frontline tanks for protection just to safely cast their spells. Because Zyro kept his talent hidden, Meph assumes it must be completely useless. He thinks it is low-rank garbage, yet others think Zyro is pretty cool. He isn't bragging about his rare class. Anyone else would already be showing off. But there is a massive problem. Zyro currently cannot cast any spells at all. Surviving training seems unlikely, but the director expects greatness. He believes that once Zyro masters the basics, top-tier academies will beg for him. With introductions finally finished, the students head out to rest. They must prepare for training. Zyro's friend is thrilled, wishing he got a secret class. At least his own strength stat is 8 points, which is actually decent. His physical talent isn't terrible either, and pure hard work can close any gap. But wait, seeing his friend's single-digit attributes, Zyro realizes something major. He is already miles ahead of everyone. Finally, he steps back inside his house. He calls out like always, despite knowing his parents are missing from this world. They were incredibly kind, warm-hearted parents, back when he was only 6. They traveled to the capital. They vanished without a trace, leaving him completely orphaned. 12 years have passed, and he still desperately needs to find them. His sole mission is to reach the capital and unearth the actual truth. The next morning, the director gathers the students to issue a chilling warning. If they cannot handle the pressure, they must retreat instantly. Failing is fine. Getting disqualified is far better than dying. After all, survival is the priority. Beginner trials rarely claim lives, but deadly exceptions always exist. And get this, a whole class of 40 students once vanished without a trace. No one knows what they faced, only that the place was named Nightmare Village. The thought is chilling. If the director wanted to terrify them, he succeeded. He quickly tells them not to panic, as safety is guaranteed. As long as they return before the countdown ends, the portal remains safe. The timer hits 0. The beginner training trial has officially begun. Sudden crackles of black lightning erupt, instantly warping them away. They wake up in a completely different world, standing in an abandoned town. Panic sets in instantly, but Meph loudly boasts that he will protect everyone. He claims his power is enough. Meanwhile, a pair of hidden eyes watches them. Tense shadows harbor a lurking threat. Extremely confident, Meph commands them to follow. He vows to carry them to victory, wanting to prove his absolute superiority. Even though Zyro scored a rare secret class, Meph believes he is nothing. But things here feel incredibly wrong. There is still no system notification. Out of nowhere, a creepy figure emerges, mocking how truly pitiful they are. They are so young, it is heartbreaking, not knowing if. The person is an NPC. Kyo asks what he means. Finally, the man bows politely. He welcomes them into this terrifying nightmare village. This simple test actually has an S-class difficulty. The scaling is weird, equivalent to an E-tier dungeon. Simply put, they must survive and find the village secret. Remembering the director's warning, absolute panic sets in. Terrified of what lies ahead, some run for the exit. Muffy steps in to calm them. E-tier requires real strength. You must be at the initial stage. They are mere disciples. Beyond that comes intermediate, advanced, king, and divine ranks. A student rushes out, but a powerful barrier blocks them. Wugem warns, no one leaves this place alive. Total panic spreads, they are completely and utterly helpless. Chiaoyu notices his bluntness, this man is not an enemy. He speaks the truth, many have likely died here. Walking through them, he encourages them to get comfortable. Muffy assumes he wants them to face this with confidence. But in reality, he is telling them they will die today. If they were not terrified before, they definitely are now. Introducing himself as Wugem, he reveals he is the chief. There are 2 simple rules to follow to survive. Stay in any empty house, but never touch black stones. Second, you must return home before dark, locking every window and door. Once locked, do not open them for any reason. Curious, Chiaoyu asks why they cannot go out at night. Wugem replies that the boy will understand once darkness falls. As night falls, they quickly divide into 4 groups. Groups of 11, Kaino's team enters a house, locking the door behind them. Someone suggests they sleep upstairs. It is a much safer place. The healing mage cozies up to him, begging for protection. She promises plenty of healing, but another girl hates the flirting. She calls Zhao shameless for acting so fake in public. Just like that, the 2 girls start arguing over absolute nonsense. The small girl mocks her, claiming she is just fat. While they argue, one of the guys looks outside. Out there, he spots his beloved, long-lost grandmother. She begs him to let her in, crying that she is absolutely freezing outside. Overjoyed, the clueless boy completely forgets the warning and moves. The boy starts opening the window as Chiaoyu screams at him to stop. That is not your grandmother, but he has already swung it open. The grandmother's eyes turn blood red as she lunges straight at him. Her jaws split wide like a beast, ready to rip him apart. Suddenly, a glowing spear of energy is conjured inside the room. Yang summons all his strength, warning he cannot hold her long. That short window is just enough for the clueless boy to save his own skin. This level 3 monster boasts 25 points in both strength and speed. It is a basic beast, but way too strong. Locking its sights onto the mage, the beast lunges. Cornered, the mage starts joking. He says eating all his fat will just make the monster sick. Suddenly, a magical barrier blocks the blow. The shield came from the small girl, but holding it drains her fast. With her health ticking down, she screams for the healer to start doing her job. She yells at Chiaoyu to summon his undead already. Hearing her, both jump into action. The healer readies her spell, desperately topping up her teammates' health pool. She keeps her alive by a thread. Teamwork might actually win this. They just need Chiaoyu to summon his minions, but he is already charging ahead. Seeing him on the front lines shocks her. He swings his staff, knocking the beast back. Yang panics, yelling that staff users are not supposed to fight like that. He warns Chiaoyu of the danger, but the summoner just strikes again anyway. He deals 50 points of damage, completely wiping the monster out. The room goes completely quiet. His teammates are left speechless by what they just saw. Who would believe a terrifying nightmare beast could be taken down so easily? Honestly, who would ever expect a squishy necromancer to jump into close-quarters melee? As the monster fades into dust, a strange black stone is left behind. The mark on the stone matches the symbol carved into the front door. Chiaoyu wonders if the game bugged out since he got 0 skill points for the kill. His friend asks if something is wrong, but he just brushes it off. He says it is probably nothing. By morning, Yang is thanking the group. Without their help, he knows he would have been history. Everyone praises Chiaoyu's insane strength and Zhu's incredible defense. Overhearing the compliments, Mephi scowls. He is sure he would have done way better. He is confident he could also destroy a nightmare with a single blow. Chiaoyu asks why he is training so early. His friend says it is expected. After all, he is the class monitor. Mephi quickly tries to look cool. He claims he was just doing a light warm-up. Then, he turns to Zhu. He promises to protect her from taking damage, but she just sighs at him. Taking hits is literally her job. If she does not, someone else gets hurt. He insists on fighting alone, but she calls that foolish. They are a team. They need to cooperate and learn from Kyo. Suddenly, a loud shout cuts in. Angry voices yell to finish them all off and burn them to ashes. The angry village chief orders his men to execute anyone who resists. Mephi tries to explain there is a misunderstanding, but the chief snaps back. He says they know exactly what the group did last night. Chiaoyu looks around. She notes their numbers are even, and the villagers are young too. The chief reveals those nightmares actually protect the village. Rules were broken. Now they must pay for their massive sins 1,000 times over. Mephi desperately asks for another option, saying it was an accident. Actually, there is another option to appease the anger of the nightmares. The culprit must spend the night outside the shelter. Let us see who has the guts. They have no idea how many deadly dangers are waiting out in the dark. Stepping outside that house is basically begging to become a distant memory, but Kyo quickly steps forward, claiming he was the one who defeated the shadow nightmare and will stay out there. Mephi gets worried and tries to talk some sense into him, thinking Kyo has completely lost his mind. However, the boy is actually perfectly lucid, and he also has a secret plan to investigate how they can finally escape this bizarre village. Once they reluctantly agree to the plan, they bind Kyo with heavy chains right in the center of the square. The girl asks how he expects to help and if he actually knows the village secret, though Kyo only has a theory for now. Needs to test it under the cover of night. Finally, the glowing moon rises, illuminating the empty streets with light. Honestly, this is where things get really creepy. One nightmare crawls down from the roof eerily, leaping straight at the defenseless kid. The brave boy, he was fully expecting the attack, so he is not surprised at all. But he is shocked when a sudden containment barrier flashes to protect him. Tells Kyo to act quickly because he cannot hold this monster back for much longer. Mephi jumps into the fray, bragging that he can handle this beast alone. Calm down, however, reality hits him fast, blocking the strike with his sword. Defend himself with his sword, but this nightmare is just too incredibly fast. Idea how Kyo actually dealt with one of these things as a mere magic caster. Managed it, he can definitely do it too, striking the creature hard. But deals only 5 measly points of damage to the beast. Then his allies appear outside, rushing to the scene because they knew he would be in trouble. Chains are incredibly thick, and she says only Mephi can break them, but he is busy right now. But who needs help? Kyo instantly shatters the chains with his bare hands, making everyone wonder if he is actually just a necromancer. Meanwhile, Mephi is still struggling hard as the group rushes over. Head over to help, while Jo begins channeling her powerful healing magic to save him. He snaps that battle scars only make him stronger, telling them to target the head since it is the weak spot. Kyo does so, ending the beast. Almost too easy, but Kyo quickly points out that the weak spot is not the head, but Mephi assumes Kyo is just trying to sabotage him. Get ready for this. He wants to make his next attack look absolutely spectacular. Spectacular to watch. He hopes the nightmare is dead, but it slowly begins to rise up again from the dirt, making him question if Yang was right about the target. Still, Kyo pulled it off. Mephi refuses to believe he is inferior to a simple mage. This massive realization completely deflates Mephi's giant ego, making him furious. They scream for him to get back, warning that this stupid pride will get him killed. But the creature is already lunging. Determined to win, Mephi unleashes. Launches a powerful onslaught of wild attacks, dealing exactly 30 points of damage to it. Just one more solid hit is needed to prove his superiority over Kyo, but then a simple magic staff lands the final blow, leaving Mephi completely outraged and screaming. Kyo casually compliments him, but the hothead is livid that his kill was stolen. Him, enraged, Mephi accuses Kyo of taking his loot, but holding the weird item. Kyo realizes that nothing has happened. Suddenly, two more nightmares rush directly toward them. Kyo yells for everyone to run back inside the safety. Fighting them is pointless, and he has a plan to get them out of here. The students successfully hide away while the nightmares linger outside the house. Safe for now, they desperately demand to know how they can escape this place. Kyo tells them to wait until morning. When the time is right, they must follow his lead. By morning, the village chief is absolutely furious because they destroyed another guardian spirit. No matter what, he insists these outsiders must be completely eliminated. Kyo calmly asks if these villagers actually belong to this dark place. The chief snaps back, claiming his people have lived here for generations. Looking around, Kyo declares there is only one real truth here. The confused chief has no idea what the kid is talking about. Kyo points his finger, revealing that none of these people actually belong here. They are actually the lost school class that was wiped out by monsters. Trapped here since the day they arrived, they can never leave. The chief stammers that it makes no sense, accusing Kyo of lying. But Kyo already has the cold, hard proof to back up his words. Holding up a stone, the chief rages that Kyo deserves brutal punishment. But here is the thing, every single student now holds a matching stone. The terrified chief panics because those sacred stones are their only protection. He screams that divine punishment is coming for what they have done. These stones actually anchor their reality, and breaking them ends everything. Kyo commands his classmates to smash the stones immediately, and they do. Cracks fracture the sky as the chief's old memories flood back. He remembers promising their director that he would bring everyone home. They were just hopeful kids wanting college, but they walked into a nightmare. The monsters slaughtered them all in a single day of sheer chaos. He tried stopping the panic, but they had already transformed into villagers. He was their class monitor, now forced to play the village leader. Suddenly, the system announces a player has uncovered the dark secret. Individual rewards are being calculated as teleportation prepares to activate. The class monitor of the other group deeply thanks them for their hard efforts. Yan desperately asks how Kyo solved it, but Kyo promises details later. Yet as time ticks by, they wonder why they are still here. They thought the quest was over, but a new window pops up. The 5 who broke the stones must now recover something deep inside. With the challenge set, Kyo reaches level 5 with 10-to-1 strength. The rest of the students have safely returned, leaving Kyo and his crew behind. If they are still here, it means they triggered a hidden quest. This special mission could easily guarantee them spots in top universities. But it is incredibly dangerous, and their survival is not guaranteed at all. Aside from Kyo, the rest of the team is only level 3. Trying to complete this quest is practically an impossible death sentence for them. A girl quietly wonders if breaking the stones was truly the only way. Yan suspects Kyo dragged them into this secret trial on purpose. Mafe doubts that, but his competitive side wants to beat Kyo. Suddenly, Aimga's pale hand grips the edge of the rooftop. Several other hostiles quickly climb up to finish off the remaining students. They roar in fury, screaming that the students must die. 4 is a formidable number. Yang doesn't think they can survive this, so they quickly coordinate their abilities. To survive the onslaught, Maf strikes first, dealing 10 points of damage. He is still pretty frustrated that his strike cannot instantly kill the beast. With one-shots off the table, the assassin warns she is running low on mana. Zhu is low on health, but Kyo finishes the nightmare, earning 1 attribute point. Zhu quickly warns the group that 2 more monsters are closing in fast. They are already incredibly close, but with a few swift strikes, he kills them. They drop dead, earning him more attribute points and leaving a glowing core behind. Talk about some sweet loot, this is actually a highly restricted item. It boosts mage damage by 5%, so he considers giving it to Yang. Zhu praises their teamwork while Maf tries to show off, but Tuo urges action. He urges them forward, needing just one more kill to finally level up himself. He might even secure some cool new gear, which absolutely thrills him. Believing the nightmare heart is with one of them, they have to keep fighting. But as he takes another step forward, he accidentally triggers a hidden trap. The ground collapses, swallowing the students as they plunge helplessly. Fortunately, Chiaoyu manages to land safely, but he has absolutely no clue where they are now. He notices the ground feels unusually soft, realizing he is on top of Yang. Meanwhile, Yang is still dazed, wondering why the hard floor felt so soft. He confirms everyone is all right, but a horrific sewage stench suddenly hits them. Zhu guesses the smell comes from decaying corpses, but their healer quickly disagrees. She warns it comes from something else, and the team soon spots the source. Well, look at that, right in front of them stands the Nightmare King. He has 1,000 health, 65 strength, 20 defense, and 60 agility. His skills include Compulsion and Nightmare Realm. Waking him up will trigger madness. The system warns he will go into a frenzy, making Chiaoyu extremely nervous. With stats like that, Zhu cannot hope to block even a single direct attack. They pray the heart isn't inside. Maf suggests leaving the beast asleep. However, Krav insists they have a chance with his 202 attack. Thanks to his ring, his first blow could wipe out a third of its health. He only needs to strike its weak spot 3 or 4 times to win. Despite the risk, Yang thinks he is completely delusional for even suggesting this. Taking on a boss like that is crazy, but Chiaoyu insists they can win. Since its defense is low, Maf realizes they just need a good distraction. If they keep the boss distracted, Krav promises he can land clean strikes. But Chiaoyu issues a warning, noting that the boss is incredibly fast. It is faster than any of them and strong enough to kill instantly. Even so, they trust Chiaoyu's tactical strategy and agree to go along. Maf warns him not to show off, knowing this monster is incredibly dangerous. Still, Chiaoyu remains incredibly calm and tells the team to relax and rest. Now it is finally battle time. As long as they do not attack, it sleeps. This means their very first blow has to be absolutely precise and hard. Looking closely at the massive beast, Chiaoyu notices a strange detail on top. A certain spot glows brightly, likely its weakness, so he readies his staff. His ring activates, boom, attack power boosted by 50%. A critical hit lands, the boss loses 58 health points instantly. The party can only stare in shock. That was insane damage from a mage. Chiaoyu shattered the Nightmare's heart. Now, the entire mission is changing. It is officially a mission now. The boss rises angrily from its slumber. Get ready, stay focused. Everyone must stick to the backup plan. The towering monster glares down at them. Evil humans, it roars. This thing is absolutely massive. It is time for Mafe to draw its attention. He is already moving. He jumps straight in to do his part. A rapid flurry of attacks lands on the boss. He is not happy. The power gap between him and Chiaoyu is simply eating him alive. He attacks the boss over and over, but each hit does basically nothing. Just one single point of damage. The Nightmare laughs, mocking his efforts. It promises to make him the first to die. Mafe braces himself, ready. He yells for the beast to bring it on. Now Yang and Zhu must quickly move. They take their positions. They conjure a heavy sand wall and a shield. The boss's heavy swing is blocked. Even so, Mafe still takes painful damage. The healer simply cannot keep up. She is running out of options. Chiaoyu must step in right now. Otherwise, Mafe is going to be crushed. Luckily, Chiaoyu is already moving. He hits the boss for 182 damage. With low health, the Nightmare activates its dreaded domain ability. Chiaoyu tenses up in surprise. He waits to see what happens next. Suddenly, the creature's shadows expand. Massive area damage hits the entire team. This is bad. None of them can block this, so Chiaoyu must act. This must be the exact skill that wiped out the other group. Hoping to stop the spell, he strikes again. Same massive damage. Just one more hit. Kyo charges forward to finish this once and for all. Be careful, the healer screams. She has absolutely zero mana left. Knowing this, he readies his final strike. He leaps forward to land it. The final blow connects. Defeated, the nightmare boss officially goes down. This victory earns him 30 ability points, plus an extra 10 thanks to his talent. By leveling up, he gains another 10 points. Mission complete. The high-stakes mission is finally over, and individual clear rewards are about to be distributed. The teammates can barely believe they actually survived this encounter. Shida secures a rank D talent, Zhu gets a rank C talent, and Yang gets a rank E talent, while Mafe grabs rank D. Kyo is crowned the MVP. He receives a rare rank B magic book and 50 experience points, even though they cannot use it yet. The boss's soul might still hold something good. Out comes a rank B sword. It boosts attack power by 100 points. It ignores 30% of defense and increases sword damage by 20%. Imagine pulling top-tier loot only for it to be completely useless to your class. So he simply hands it to Mafe, who never expected such generosity. Mafe points out that this weapon could easily buy a house in the capital. Kyo does not care. He immediately checks to see if there are other drops. Checking his status window, he realizes his raw strength is absolutely insane. His health remained dangerously low, keeping him incredibly fragile, all while his brutal talent restriction blocked other stats, forcing him to find a clever way to overcome this barrier. Survival in this brutal world demanded extreme caution and absolute resilience. Finally, the 5 students were cleared for transport back to their starting point, where their sudden arrival sent the gymnasium into total chaos. The stunned director rushed over and informed them that they had been missing for 2 days, demanding to know what had happened. Hearing their wild story, he called them incredibly fortunate survivors. This insane experience was bound to open up some massive new doors for them. The other students cheered for their class of absolute geniuses. Meanwhile, Maf eyed Kyo competitively, sure his new item would help him surpass him. He just needed to level up a bit. Suddenly, a panicked messenger burst inside the room, informing the director that scouts from 2 elite universities had arrived, specifically looking for those 5 students. Honestly, nobody saw this coming, since he had not even reported the incident yet. So he quickly welcomed the prestigious guests right into the crowded gymnasium to meet them. The visitors were Professors Ping and Pei, who congratulated the students. Pei offered them immediate entry to Jindu University, promising to write recommendation letters on the spot if they accepted. But Professor Ping argued they must undergo a proper test first. As the two began to argue, Professor Pei from Hokkien University stepped up to clarify. He told the students not to sweat the test too much. It only measures behavior and adaptability, but Kyo faced a tough choice. As a hidden necromancer, Kyo cannot show his real skills, yet he must attend Jindu University. To find clues about his parents, Professor Pei asks for volunteers. Maf eagerly steps up first, boasting his impressive level 5 status and B- rank talent. Hitting level 5 after basic training is highly impressive. Professor Pei praises the boy's confidence, challenging Maf to try and strike him directly. He warns him that he is a level 25 marksman, so Maf charges in boldly, asking the professor to be careful, and delivers a heavy strike. The sword hits the barrier directly. Shockingly, the tip pierces right through. Stunned by his technique, the professor praises him. Maf says thanks. The crowd estimates his strength is at 35, with incredibly high agility to match. This sends the crowd wild. Talk about an absolute showstopper. The amazed professors realize they must compete fiercely to recruit him. Both immediately ask if he has chosen which elite university he wants to attend today. But Maf wants to wait for the others, aiming to follow Kyo. Next, the healer steps forward to demonstrate. She casts a glowing light. Even though she is only level 4, she can fully heal her entire team. Her paladin defense is incredibly tough, allowing her to absorb heavy blows. Even at level 4, she can reflect 20% of all the damage she absorbs. For a dedicated defender, a counterattack talent like that is insanely useful. Professor Pei expects Yang to be a paladin too, but he is actually a mage. A massive powerhouse like him being a spellcaster is completely bizarre. As he prepares to cast, the professor watches him with anticipation. Pad has no idea what Yang is doing since he cannot sense any magic. After a few moments, Yang uses his skill to make the ground explode. A massive blast erupts. Right in the middle of the gym, Pad could not sense the ability, and even at level 25, he lost 3 health points. That is dangerous for someone of his level. The academy will need to keep watch as 5 incredible prodigies emerge. From this class, maybe Yang is one too. Finally, it is Ko's turn. He is a level 7 necromancer whose talent classification is unknown, standing 2 levels above the others. However, the professor assumes his talent must be low. They will conduct the test first and discuss his rating afterward. Pad waits to see the undead Ko can summon, but he definitely does not want to get hurt by another rookie. As Ko approaches, Pad does not expect the young necromancer to act this way since it does not align with his class. Perhaps he is inexperienced. Just then, the professor realizes a massive right hook is heading straight for his face. Curious to see how strong a mage can get, he lets the blow land. The physical strike is strong enough to hurt him. More than that, he is sent flying across the floor. Absolutely everyone in the gym is completely shocked by this outcome. Even the principal stands there in total disbelief. Rookie student just knocked down a level 25 professor with a single punch. Pong believes that Pad went easy on the boy, since necromancers are not physically strong. Still, something is definitely wrong with Ko, who almost knocked him out cold with one punch. Meanwhile, the students begin whispering about how a mage shouldn't possess such strength. Pong is glad he wasn't the one taking that devastating hit, or he would be spitting teeth. Ko asks if the test is finished. It is, but they cannot evaluate him fully without seeing him summon the undead. Ko states that he wants to fight like a physical warrior, but his ultimate goal is getting into Jingdu, a student choosing a completely different path from their designated class is unheard of, so Pong decides to talk to the university principal first. On the line, he explains that this rookie is terrifying, wanting to train as a warrior despite being a pure necromancer. Even at level 7, he sent a level 25 instructor flying. Now, the principal demands all 5 prodigies at any cost, fearing he might lose Ko. Principal Pang wants to invite Ko personally and requests a video call. Director J-Ping Yang introduces himself as the head of Jingdu University, expressing his strong hope that Ko will join them, but before he can even finish, Ko announces he accepts the offer. Pong listens in complete shock. Having lost this unbelievable talent, though he still hopes to recruit the other students, the director suggests that since they are from the same class, they can all enroll together, and everyone agrees, much to Pong's despair. Director J-Ping Yang is overjoyed. This is easily the highlight of his career. However, Ko has some private questions for him, wanting to know if the director has ever heard of his father, Ko Anking. The director is stunned to learn that Ko is actually the son of Anking and Bishik, explaining his familiar face. The young man wants to know if J-Ping Yang knows where his parents are. The director explains that they were his top students over a decade ago and were extraordinary individuals. He knows they disappeared, but has not heard from them since. He had not seen them since graduation. They had spoken of a secret world. The director advised Ko to head there, hinting that something valuable was waiting for him. He promised to send the admission letters soon and advised them to pass through. Selecting worlds related to their classes would help them avoid any unnecessary scrutiny. With that, he wished them luck and said farewell. Soon, a full week had passed. The students prepared for their next big test. today entering a specialized world. It was designed specifically for mages, demanding teamwork to ensure they succeed. Their mental abilities would be heavily tested. Finally, the passing criteria stood revealed. Before the portal, eerie blue flames began to rise. Ko quickly turned to Yang. Ko asked if he was ready, and Yang replied that practice was far better than theory. But with more people, danger skyrocketed, so he suggested Ko tag along. They could attempt this challenge multiple times, slowly stacking up their rewards. Yang was clearly excited for the journey ahead as the guide stepped forward. The guide welcomed them, a special 2-player world ready to go. This time they got the cave of 10,000 poisons before the guide finished. Ko just charged, no hesitation. Yang stood there, completely stunned by his recklessness. Yang pointed out that instructions were literally right there on the screen. He wondered how Ko had cleared the skeleton cave without reading any instructions. If Ko just punched through skeletons, Yang figured he was an idiot. Oh boy, he has no idea. This cave held an evil tribe that poisoned victims without them ever noticing. Their deadly worms would eat a person from the inside out until nothing remained. The primary mission was to track down this tribe and exterminate the worms. How they completed the challenge would determine their entire reward payout. With 5 players required, the system paired them up with 3 random mages. One arrogant guy warned them not to drag him down, but a girl immediately scolded him. Introducing herself as Fang Yuan, a fire mage, she told him to behave. Her younger brother, Fang's son, was also a fire mage, alongside Long Chang. Yang and Ko introduced themselves, hoping they could all work together smoothly. Reaching the entrance, they spotted critical instructions carved right onto the door. But the arrogant guy just wanted to blast his way through immediately. His spell fizzled, completely useless. The door was totally immune to magic. The inscription read that morality and integrity promote peace, mocking his aggression. If magic is useless, maybe physical force works, and you know Ko loves a shortcut. Just as the girl tried solving the riddle, Ko threw a heavy punch. The door shattered, boom. The rude guy looked foolish while the girl gasped. Ko shrugged, explaining he just wanted to test his raw physical strength. He honestly did not expect a magic-immune door to be so fragile. Entering the next room, they found another door surrounded by strange flowers. They sensed danger and warned everyone to stop, but Yang already touched them. Immediately, the poison hit, draining 3 health points every single minute. Time was running out. With his low health, Ko would not last long. He had less than 30 minutes. The door's riddle made absolutely no sense. Panicking, they rushed forward. There was simply no time left to solve riddles. Once again, Ko raised his fist and struck the massive stone door. With no time for answers, brute force saved them, clearing their path out. This place was built to test their minds, but they felt completely untested. They had not even used their brains yet. Still, the first task was finally done. Suddenly, a little girl named Xiaoyu greets them. She asks where they came from. After questioning if they are outsiders, she realizes they have all been heavily poisoned. The toxic bean flowers caused this, she explains. Now they must follow her to a cave. That is where the antidote is, before the toxins spread too far and kill them. With no other options on the table, they decide to trust her and tag along. Reaching her village, the young girl happily introduces the strange newcomers to her parents. She explains exactly who she brought back, while her parents instantly demand to know their identities. Xiaoyu explains they are poisoned outsiders, causing their parents to freeze. They invite the group inside for treatment. Soon, the girl brings out a special remedy. It is a steaming bowl of 5 venom soup. Honestly, the sight is absolutely hideous. Nothing about this dish looks safe. Not a single person has the guts to try it. But Kyo is sitting at half health and cannot afford to wait, so he just gulps it down. Surprisingly, it actually tastes pretty great. The poison is totally gone. He quickly tells his friends to drink up. Kyo then asks the little girl about her tribe, but she really does not know much. She only knows the chief warned them to avoid outsiders and hide their magic. Once they recover, her mother bluntly requests they leave, as they do not host outsiders. Hosting strangers is not their way, but Xiong loudly protests the decision. They rarely get visitors, so she tells them to stay anyway. She insists they can stay as long as they like. Hearing this, Kyo agrees to rest. Their health bars are dangerously low anyway, even if this family acts incredibly suspicious. She bids them a very polite good night, leaving them alone in the quiet house. She walks her parents out. Meanwhile, a bright full moon rises in the night sky. A massive storm is brewing, and the creepy villagers are gathering in one spot. They are offering a human sacrifice to their insect gods for good crops. This protects them from sickness. Up at the altar, the priestess drops a strange liquid. It looks like simple tomato juice, but suddenly a massive swarm of dangerous insects erupts outward. The hungry bugs consume the bound sacrifices. Within seconds, the victims are totally gone. Only clean skeletons remain. Looking on, the players are absolutely horrified. They realize they must escape immediately, but Ken possesses zero area of effect skills. Back at the altar, the alert priestess senses that someone is spying on them. She orders her guards to deal with these hidden intruders, but demands them brought back alive. Hidden inside their cabin, the team desperately tries to plan their next move. If the village learns they are here to exterminate their sacred insects, they will be slaughtered. Suddenly, Ken cuts off their conversation. He hears a strange sound echoing nearby. Dozens of bugs have breached the cabin. To survive, the fire mage unleashes her magic. She uses a fiery skill. Khan joins the fight, but these bugs are too weak. Defeating them yields 0 points. He sighs, getting easy experience was too good to be true. Right after, Yang steps up to use his powerful sand magic to clear the entire room. Khan praises him for combining 2 talents, but Yang is out of mana. Suddenly, a tribal warrior approaches, mockingly calling them tough. He sneers that they are destined to become food for the insects they so deeply revere. While the villain boasts, Yang quietly prepares to hit him with the exact same spell. The strike connects but only shaves 11 health points off the warrior. It is almost useless against his level 10 stats, 40 strength and 20 defense. Enemy status screens. Stay hidden until they take damage. Realizing his strength, they doubt they can even defeat this monster who is practically boss level, but Kyo shrugs it off, wondering if this world operates by different rules. As the imminent strike rushes in, the warrior expects nothing more than a minor scratch, and yet one single punch strips 121 health, instantly forcing him on guard. Furious at being wounded by a lowly human, he triggers his insect bite ability. Now, his physical strength surges along with a massive defense buff. He boasts that nobody can break through his ultimate form, but Kyo is not impressed. After a lightning-fast barrage of slaps to the face, the arrogant warrior is brought to his knees with only 23 health points left. Now it is time to force some answers about the sacrifices and this mysterious priestess. He admits they made a dark pact with the bugs to offer lives every single full moon, and that their queen lives inside the green stone. That is why they were healed to be the next offerings. Chiaoyu now demands to know why he calls this place by a different name, but the man swears he does not know her. He says there is only one woman named Dong in this tribe, and she is their matriarch. Thanking him for his cooperation, Kyo lets the man walk away, but changing his mind, Kyo decides to end him and grab a precious skill point. Just like that, he levels up and gets the Sage's protection, which completely blocks one fatal blow. An S-rank shield like this is invaluable for survival. Right now, the party plans their next move because the villagers will soon discover the body soon, and taking down the matriarch will be brutal. Since the quest requires them to wipe out the swarm, they do not even need to fight the humans directly. Their absolute best option is striking. Before the matriarch realizes they are here, walking down the trail, they find the path open and press forward. Suddenly, they spot the bodies of the childs. Guardians, realizing they were merely empty shells, that explains their bizarre behavior. Not everyone in this place is evil. Combining their spells, they try to shatter the stone harboring the insect queen. Their combined elemental magic sparks a massive blast, carving a giant crater into the ground. That blast should have been enough to wipe them out, but the system alert remains active. Behind them, a woman speaks, complaining about their total lack of manners. Since they are standing here, it means her champion is dead. Looking at this matriarch, Kyo demands to know if she is truly Shuang. She asks if he hates her current look, wondering if she should change back into a little girl. Transforming instantly, she asks him which version he likes best. She wanted him as a companion, but since he went and massacred her beloved bugs, there is no turning back. Kyo angrily demands to know why she treated her own kin like garbage. They were her parents, but to her, they were merely two useless, disobedient fools. Unfortunately for her, Kyo is an orphan, and this heartless talk makes him boil. Seeing his rage, she tells him not to worry, he will join them in the grave very soon. Suddenly, a dark swarm of bugs blankets the sky, ready to feed. The ravenous cloud sweeps straight toward Kyo. The fire mage screams they have to help him and starts chanting her spells, but before they can move, the insect warrior from before ambushes them, shouting that they should not. He demands they face him instead of the matriarch, bragging about his level 10 strength. He has 30 points in both defense and agility, while endless insects swarm the area. Kyo takes steady damage, wishing his agility and defense matched his massive strength. This battle would be so much easier. He considers using his brave heart now, but hesitates. He decides to keep fighting, knowing he can survive a fatal strike as he pushes closer. The matriarch assumes he wants to become bug food, completely unaware of what comes next. With a single massive strike, Kyo tears a gaping hole straight through her chest. The wound is not fatal, though. She still has 30 strength and 20 defense, along with 50 agility at level 10. As a rare boss, her stats seem quite low. There must be another reason she is so rare. While crying over her injuries, her agility spikes. Her speed instantly shoots up by 8 points. Kyo immediately braces himself for her next move. Her strike is absolutely devastating. Before he can even react, her hand has already pierced right through his chest. Her sudden speed surge leaves him with only 9 health points remaining. Once he dies, she proudly plans to wear his skin as a souvenir. Yang watches in panic, seeing his best friend in such a critical, life-threatening state. Seizing on Yang's distraction, the enemy warrior charges forward to launch a deadly strike. This is a brutal reminder that they cannot afford to ignore him. When Yang casts his magic again, the warrior just scoffs in amusement. He boasts that fat guys cannot hurt him, claiming these spells only tickle. But then, the sand turns blood red, exploding violently and dealing 312 damage to him. Yang stands there looking incredibly slim, having just activated a fat-burning ability. Now free of his foe, he rushes to help Kyo, who is completely flabbergasted. His best friend is suddenly a skinny dude. Honestly, Yang does not fully understand. He just got angry, shed the weight, and gained nearly 300 spirit. Such an insanely high stat completely messes with how his talents work. Recognizing this, he grabs the matriarch tightly, yelling at Kyo to trigger that technique once more. But doing this means Yang will likely die in the massive blast. Still, he tells Kyo to trust him and stop talking. Believing in his buddy, Kyo prepares the skill. The matriarch screams and begs them to let her go, terrified of her looming end. A split second later, a massive, blinding explosion completely engulfs them both. Their worried companions watch the smoke clear. Luckily, that brave heart item saved Kyo. Thanks to his courageous gamble, Kyo unlocks an A-rank talent called Strong Contract. Now every point of strength adds 10 health points, instantly solving his low health issue. A very relieved Yang runs over, utterly shocked to see his friend alive. As they catch their breath, they notice the matriarch did not drop any loot. This means she is likely still alive, right on cue through the heavy Smoke, she reappears, sighing that these two are nothing but pure trouble. Now she demands they witness her true beauty. Her terrifying hybrid form reaches level 15. She boasts 130 strength, high defense, and 100 agility. Kyo begs his friend to cast his magic again, but Yang's spirit has crashed down to only 48 points. Suddenly, a system warning blares. The boss is now far too powerful for them. It advises them to retreat immediately to avoid certain death. Yang panics, but Kyo refuses to back down. The system sounds another urgent alarm, pleading with them to escape and reset this custom world, but Kyo firmly reminds his buddy of their mission. The director ordered them to finish this, and that is exactly what they will do. The matriarch smirked at this move, completely sure she would finish them off quickly. The two clashed fiercely, both shedding chunks of health, trading brutal blows. The matriarch took far more damage than she dealt. She wondered what Chiaoyu was truly made of. He should not be standing. At level 8, he was stronger than expected. He felt like the true boss of this area. A mage was not supposed to wield this kind of raw power. Mid-fight, she demanded a quick pause and demanded to know if Beiji sent him. It had to be him, as Beiji was her creator, but Chiaoyu had no clue. Swinging his staff, he struck again, dealing 213 damage. That name seemed to strike a serious nerve. With her, she muttered in disbelief, unable to accept that he had beaten her. With this victory, Chiaoyu earned 15 skill points and 75 experience points, leveling up once more. The stage was finally completed, and their final clear rewards were calculated based on performance. Yuan received an E rank, Long an F rank, Yang an A rank, and Chiaoyu an S rank. After receiving his rewards, Chiaoyu was now level 10 and nearing the initial stage, strong enough to clear dungeons entirely alone. He claimed a B rank item usable at level 11, which increases health by 800 points. He also obtained a mysterious magic cube with some hidden sealed power inside. The magic cube bonded directly with Chiaoyu, allowing him to copy abilities from others as long as they were not 10 levels higher than him. Still, one major ability remained sealed. This item was already amazing, meaning the sealed power had to be insane. A portal appeared, and the guide congratulated them for clearing the cave of 10,000 poisons. As an extra reward, she boosted their spirit by 20%. Quite nice reward, even if 20% of 0 is still 0. The team thanked Chiaoyu because they only survived because of him. When asked which university he would attend, he simply said Jingu. Hearing this, they immediately decided to follow him. The guide watched them leave, looking pleased. At level 10, Chiaoyu's strength hit 202 and his health reached 4,040, not even counting his passive skills. Back at school, a massive crowd welcomed them back. Mafe was completely shocked to see Chiaoyu had already reached level 10. In their world, mages find fewer monsters, making steady leveling extremely difficult. Meanwhile, the local girls could not believe this slim guy was actually Yang, since he looked completely different now. Still, Yang only wanted his old weight back, feeling unsafe being too thin in this dangerous world. Since they already had guaranteed admission spots, some wondered why they even needed the upcoming exam. But exam day was a massive deal, drawing elite students, and the champion would secure a powerful A-rank item. Daf bragged that he would easily take first place among all the warrior classes. His father confirmed that this year's top spot gets an S-rank item instead. Knowing the epic prize is up for grabs, Chiaoyu decides to win, but look, trouble is already watching from the shadows, assuming he is weak just because he is level 10. They descend quickly to capture him, blocking his path out of nowhere, not knowing who these strangers are or why they have cornered him. Chiaoyu calmly asks if he can help them. If he is Chiaoyu, the one who defeated Sundong in the cave of 10,000 poisons. Both opponents are assassins, but far weaker than him. They might be connected to Beiji since he regrets not questioning that woman earlier. Turning to the strangers, he speaks up. The kid claims his name is Mafia, and they have the wrong guy. One of them apologizes, but his partner calls him an absolute fool. The other wants to bring him in just in case he is a mage, instantly. Both attackers vanish in a flash, but watch closely, Ki does not even blink. They strike at once, he does not even try to dodge. Ki was definitely lying about his identity. Before they can react, he counters. He unleashes a direct hit on the first attacker, wiping out 197 health. The blow leaves them stunned. His partner instantly realizes this kid is dangerously strong. No regular mage could ever hope to deal that much damage. Staring down the remaining fighter, Ki asks if he is ready for round 2. The terrified man starts apologizing, swearing he mistook Mafia for someone else. He admits he is just a minor cog in the organization, begging to end the conflict right here, yet a level 18 assassin is no joke. Their group is massive, Ki needs to let them walk. Otherwise, the retaliation will be brutal. Walking away, Ki simply wishes them luck. Ki hopes they find their target, offering help they quickly decline. Bai's is a legendary horned white beast, worshipped for purging demons from the land. But searching online reveals absolutely nothing about this mysterious group. His identity will blow soon. He lacks the strength to survive. To stay safe, he must pass the exam and head straight to Jingdo. The university director there is known as the strongest swordsman alive. That protection offers real safety. If that campus is compromised, nowhere is safe. For now, he shifts his focus to the mysterious magic cube in his hands. It might be a tool that links dimensions, explaining why he received it. This artifact brings up endless mysteries, prompting Ki to think of his parents. Meanwhile, the leader of the shadowy organization stands atop a skyscraper. And here is where the plot thickens. Their intel was completely wrong. But discovering his strength is entirely useless to the female leader. They will overlook the recent casualty since far bigger issues demand their attention. Days pass and Ki finally meets the university director to discuss the cube. The director explains it was found inside a specialized, sealed world. Ki desperately wants to know if there is any way to open it. The director explains a password is required, but there is an alternative. The director suggests using the legendary skeleton key to crack it safely. Since the lock is weak, the contents will remain completely unharmed. Ki immediately asks where to find this key, learning it lies in the Machine Kingdom. But he is warned that this open-world space is filled with hostile players. That harsh land was devastated by a massive war between humanity and conscious machines. After endless conflict, a treaty was signed, establishing a safe human territory. To secure the key, he must complete a mission for the local ruler. The quest must come from Lord Hu Jun himself. The trick is locating him. Right then, an elderly man walks past, completely absorbed in a math problem. Distracted by the numbers, he accidentally bumps straight into a massive thug. Scrambling to stand, the old man quickly apologizes for his clumsy mistake. The punk mocks the old man, sneering that he must be doing this on purpose or just cannot walk right. He claims the collision hurt him, immediately demanding some quick cash as compensation. Harassing the senior, the punk insists on getting paid for the little bump. Stepping in, Ki tells the thug he is incredibly brave to extort an elder in broad daylight. Defiantly, the punk snaps at Ki to stay out of it unless he wants to pay the fine. But villains never get away that easily, and Ki is already preparing a swift counterattack. With one quick blow, the obnoxious thug is sent flying through the air. His remaining buddy freezes, completely paralyzed with fear as he begs for forgiveness. He promises they will leave them both alone, praying there will be no brutal retaliation. The two cowards flee the scene without looking back, leaving the old man to recover. Ki gently asks if the senior is all right, but the elder sighs deeply. The elder admits he has no money, but Ki declines any sort of payment. He says taking money is not his style, and the senior deeply thanks him. Ki explains he requires no reward, but does have a crucial question. He wants to locate the powerful lord of these lands to acquire a highly specific treasure. He needs a legendary item called the key to all locks, which the lord supposedly possesses. Fortunately, the young adventurer is in luck because this old man can guide him right to it. The elder warns that getting items from the lord is extremely tough, but Key is confident. He jokes that he only used about 1% of his power back there, so success is guaranteed. Meanwhile, some thugs discuss whether the great lord of these lands has finally found his target. They are not sure, but they note that Key is the strongest player around. A mysterious young woman remarks that Key is still out there lecturing people. She demands that her subordinates bring the young hero straight to her, regardless of the cost. He promises to do this for Lady Monde. Walking onward, the senior speaks. He explains that the legendary lord lives inside this massive estate, and Key thanks him. It is a truly impressive mansion, and Key wonders how the elder wanders here so freely. But when Key turns around to ask, wait, the old man has completely vanished. Shrugging it off, Key pushes forward inside, determined to secure the key. He opens the doors to find a grand hall where the senior sits on a throne. Standing beside the old man are the very thugs who tried to extort him earlier. The senior proudly introduces himself as the lord of this majestic machine city. He reveals that the two punks from earlier are actually his strongest guards. The entire street fight was staged just to find someone capable of defeating them. And right now, that powerful person is Key, who passed the test easily. The Lord promises the key in exchange for help, triggering a sudden secret mission. The Lord must host a research seminar tomorrow, which rogue robots plan to target. Key assumes the old man needs protection, but the Lord quickly corrects him. He actually wants Key to complete 2 missions to destroy the leader and her heart. Since the targets are merely mindless machines, Key readily accepts the quest. The following morning, the brilliant Lord stands on stage, presenting his grand seminar. He speaks on how technology slowly unravels the great mysteries of nature. Though digitizing life remains difficult, artificial intelligence continues to make rapid bounds. However, the true barrier remains the complex concept of mechanical reproduction. The major question is whether a robot can truly develop and grow on its own. Key understands absolutely none of this science talk, simply waiting for the enemy robots. A glass panel suddenly cracks, and a metallic robot descends through the opening. Hovering in midair, the machine declares metal far superior to weak human flesh. He urges the professor to embrace this truth, but security is quickly called. A guard steps up, yelling that this is absolutely no place for a robot. The intruder is named Scram. He remains silent and suddenly vanishes. He reappears instantly, striking the guard in the gut as others watch helplessly. It takes only a brief moment for him to completely clear the room. Watching from the side, Key sighs at the incredibly disrespectful display. The professor realizes they came for him, bracing himself for the worst. He is heading to the Machine Kingdom, but he bets everything on Key. Meanwhile, Scram easily subdues the remaining guards, boasting his body is superior. Non-biological steel reigns supreme. Suddenly, another figure descends from the ceiling. It is the Queen of Machines herself, coldly commanding the professor to comply. He agrees to follow, but only on one condition: stop the robots. Binding him in heavy chains, she notes that early obedience would save him. Scram barks at Key to get lost, choosing to stay for some fun. In the blink of an eye, the Queen vanishes with her captive professor. With them gone, Key turns his attention to the remaining arrogant robot. He mentions hearing Scram boast about possessing the strongest physical body around. Scram sneers that humans cannot understand the beauty of mechanical transformation. Key strikes first, but Scram simply laughs and invites him to join. He offers him an upgraded body through their grand mechanical revolution. Key's punch lands, stripping 306 health points from the robot. His stats are impressive, but they pose absolutely no challenge to Key. Heavily damaged, Scram gasps. Key politely declines the invitation, saying he is good. The robot remains in complete disbelief that a mere human shattered his steel. He demands to know how. Key simply explains that he clenched his fist. Simple as that, but Key actually holds the legendary ancient sacred body. Representing humanity's peak power, Key pins the metal giant with one foot. Threatening another crushing strike, he demands Scram lead him to the machine kingdom. Cooperate now, or he will reduce his entire metal frame to scrap. Defeated, Scram starts leading his terrifying new captor to the Queen's hideout. The robot assumes the professor planned his capture to guide Key there. Scram is completely terrified of Key, unable to comprehend his monstrous strength. He cannot understand why the Queen would ever let such a threat inside. Confused and terrified, they walk on. Meanwhile, the Queen keeps her hostage. She offers a cold apology for bringing him here in such a brutal manner. The professor spits back that he will never betray humanity for her cause. The Queen sighs, urging him to drop the stubborn attitude and look around. Before their eyes, a massive metallic device is being constructed and perfected. It is the infamous heart, a bizarre, pulsating hybrid of biology and steel. It completely transcends basic robotics. She prefers to call this final process ascension. Flesh is weak, but metal is eternal. She insists he join their evolution. The professor fires back, calling her a traitor who abandoned her own humanity. She sacrificed her soul to serve metal lords. Amused, she asks him a question. Just after saying this, several people fall from above as she forces the professor to watch. They scream desperately for help while being ripped apart. Mechanical arms slide out of the machine. They slice right through the helpless victims. Their bodies are slowly pulled into the hybrid heart. Meanwhile, inside the machine city, Cao has already touched down and is standing ready. He confronts a squad of hostile security bots. Engaging them, Cao realizes they are incredibly weak. Yet they still give him free attribute points. This was an unexpected bonus. He is highly pleased with these easy gains. Soon, not a single robot remains standing. Horrific, the professor trembles as he witnesses this atrocity. He screams that the Queen is a complete monster, but she calmly retorts back. She tells him his anger solves absolutely nothing. This mechanical heart is named Marta. It is actually a failed experiment. They originally wanted the machine to grow organically. Instead, they accidentally created a horrific monster that craves human flesh. Its appetite keeps growing. It started with one victim, and now they have no control. They do not know its limits. She offers the professor a choice to help solve this. He can either help find a solution or ignore it while they keep feeding it humans. The only person they can rely on now is Cao. Suddenly, a scout robot approaches. It reports that a human wielding the ancestral sacred body has breached the perimeter. Hearing this, the Queen wonders if it is the same intruder her minion reported earlier. Before the messenger can answer, a massive piece of metal crashes into the room. Cao stands right before them, and things are about to get absolutely wild. The Queen wants to see if this boy truly possesses the rare ancestral body. She welcomes Cao to her kingdom, noting the strong warrior he just defeated. That guard was one of her absolute best. She never expected a mere human victory. That warrior was a rare level 15 NPC, boasting incredibly high combat attributes. Cao just smirks. Is she really that embarrassed to lose to a mortal? And with an ancestral sacred body, no less, he dares her to take revenge. Ignoring his words, her remaining guards immediately charge forward. This is perfect for Cao. He easily harvests those attribute points. A single blow completely obliterates the first guard. With effortless grace, the second guard is instantly smashed to pieces. His physical body is leagues ahead of anything the Queen has modified. Watching this, she is stunned. She realizes the legendary ancestral body is real. If she could modify him, he would become the ultimate weapon, the undisputed strongest warrior in the world. While she fantasizes, Cao asks the professor if he is doing all right. The old man stands up, pointing frantically toward the center of the chamber. There lies the level 15 mechanical heart, currently undergoing a grotesque evolution. The professor gasps out that they are feeding innocent human lives to this machine. Cao decides right then to destroy it, even if nobody had asked him to. The queen knows she has to bring down this host of the sacred ancestral body. She demands that he cast aside his frail flesh and join her grand evolution. Zero response. She is left desperately trying to figure out his next move. But before she can even blink, his shadow blurs right past her. Within a split second, he is standing right in front of the beating heart. The queen panics, desperately screaming for him not to touch her precious Marta. Too late, his heavy fist strikes the massive heart with absolute, crushing force. Fearing the absolute worst, she lunges forward to stop Cao before he finishes the job. Seeing her approach, Cao braces himself and warns her not to get involved. As a devastating strike looms, her internal systems scream at her to retreat. The danger is extreme, and the heavy blow costs her 288 health. The shockwave is so brutal she crashes straight through the wall behind her. Even after that devastating impact, the Machine Queen still has plenty of life remaining. Cao's unreal strength only makes her desire to recruit him even stronger. Ignoring her entirely, Cao shifts his focus right back to the giant heart. He lands another clean strike on the heart. His anger boils over. Furious at what the machines did to humans, he wants this core shattered. With a final massive blow, the heart shatters into countless tiny shards. Cao instantly gains 3 attribute stats and 100 experience points. Red, fluid-like residue from the destroyed heart splatters across the entire room. This destruction enrages the queen, since Martia is the ultimate hope for her robots. But Cao only cares about the endless human lives stolen by these machines. He is a human who thinks he is a robot, fighting like a proud lion. Despite everything, the Machine Queen still desperately wants to speak with Cao. His strength is still minor to her, but she will forgive him on one condition. He must join her empire. Doing so is his only path to true redemption. Cao is convinced that Mandai is the real leader and queen of these machines. The nearby professor warns him not to be fooled by their silver-tongued lies. Cao has zero interest in their mechanical evolution and is proud of his human form. Mandai is confident that this stubborn attitude will melt once he meets the queen. Since Cao wants to face her directly, Mandai agrees to guide him inside. They walk deeper through cold metal corridors as Mandai leads the way. Secretly opening his palm, Mandai releases a tiny mechanical drone into the air. It flies silently and lands right on the back of Cao's neck. This parasitic device can infect humans, turning them into machines on contact. Mandai is certain his plan will succeed and earn him a massive reward from the queen. The mechanical insect readies its tiny drill, preparing to pierce his skin. But feeling a slight itch, Cao instantly swats the hidden drone away. Instantly realizing Mandai's cheap betrayal, Cao pivots to retaliate. Before Mandai can even make an excuse, a brutal fist lands on his face. The machine struggles to stand as Cao estimates the power of this level 15 opponent. These level 15 enemies are tough, and Mandai is absolutely furious about being struck. He demands to know if Cao has completely given up on meeting the queen. But Cao has already figured out that the robot queen is close by. This means he no longer needs a guide, and he gladly accepts the challenge. Mandai boasts he will deliver Cao to the queen as a pile of scrap. After all, Her Majesty can always rebuild a brand new body from his parts. Mandai swings a robotic fist, but Cao counters with his own crushing punch. Mandai's desperate attacks prove completely useless against his guard. Cao grabs Mandai's arm, telling him that junk metal doesn't need to eat. He delivers another brutal strike, stripping away a massive portion of his health. Mandai is totally cornered and helpless as Cao readies his next attack. A devastating headbutt strikes Mandai so hard that his metallic face begins to crack. The impact sends him crashing through the wall, shattering it completely. What remains? Afterward is his robotic form. With almost no health left, he admits to underestimating the human, but now he intends to show Cao what he should have done. From the start, that ugly form does not appeal to Cao, who prefers a peaceful death over becoming anything like that. The machine attempts one final strike against the young man, not planning to take this hit for free. Cao readies a massive punch to counter the robot. The violent clash results in a devastating critical hit. Just like that, Cao levels up, gaining 25 attribute points. He has finally entered the initial stage. It is about time he reached this level. With the fight won, he completes the mission and obtains the key to all locks. Still, he wants to track down the queen, hoping she has some interesting loot, but to enter the next pavilion, he needs a password. He tries guessing a few times without success. If only Mandy were still alive. Now he has to find someone who knows the code. Meanwhile, the queen is already waiting. Knowing how this story goes, she wants to understand why he is seeking her out. Even after completing the mission, the heavy door shatters to pieces. When in doubt, violence is always the answer. Sitting on the grand throne is a girl who appears completely human. He confronts her directly, asking what she is doing in this place. She quickly realizes this human is different, maybe a little strange. Faced with her silence, he asks if she can speak and if she has a name. Finally, she reveals she is the queen of the Machine Kingdom, catching him completely off guard. An epic-level character with hidden stats and 100,000 health points. If he thought he was strong, that confidence ends right now. With that much health, she could easily conquer an A-rank world. Sensing the danger, he quickly apologizes, saying, "This humble traveler just took a wrong turn and is leaving right this second." But the moment he turns his back, chains burst from her body. Now he is completely trapped with absolutely no way out. The queen pulls him in close. Her strength is so overwhelming that he cannot move. Still, she tells him not to fear, promising no harm. Placing a hand on his head, she begins to absorb his memories. Through this, she glimpses what the outside world actually looks like. She already knows her entire world is fake, just a virtual simulation. Among many, destined to reset, wiping away absolutely everything that happened before. But due to some glitch, as long as she stays inside this room, she remains completely unchanged. She cannot even remember how many times she has relived this. Yet after all this time, he is the first to reach her, and she will not waste this chance. Cao asks if she read his memories, but she calls it a fair exchange. It is no wonder she holds such an insane level. Cao asks if she wants to leave, and she says yes, but points out she could easily destroy him, an 11th level human defying the rules. But she explains there is absolutely no need to break any rules. With a sudden movement, she strikes his chest, completely startling Cao, who has no idea what she is doing. Pulling a strange object from his chest, she says, "They can use the system rules of that other world he knows about. This is her true core heart, an S-rank item with its own life, meant for him to take so she can escape. And she would soon grow into a copy of herself while players gathered items. This was her only way to learn about the outside world." Chiaoyu asked if she was worried about his actions once he escaped, but looking at his memories, she saw that he never broke a single promise. More than anything, she just wanted to experience life beyond this place, an NPC with actual consciousness, dreaming of the real world. The queen then asked if he had made his final choice, and the young man admitted he had no other option. Grateful, she thanked him and granted him passage out. Upon finishing the quest, the system graded his run at A rank. He snagged a B- rank magic tome, a C- rank item, heaps of experience plus 5 attribute points. This mechanical knuckle boosts his critical hit chance by 30%, not bad at all for a guy who fights using his bare fists. Now he must deliver the cube to the director. Finally, he gets warped outside. In the empty office, he calls out for the boss but finds only total silence. No matter, since he holds the key, he decides to unlock the mysterious cube himself. He slots the key straight into the seal, holding the box shut. Suddenly, lightning erupts from the container alongside a bright blue glow as it starts shifting. Out of it comes a blade with secret stats, an evolved weapon left behind just for him. But he has no idea why they left him a weapon that lacks any clear stats. It is pretty useless for a mage like him. Just then, the director finally walks in and Chiaoyu mentions he opened the seal, but the old man ignores. Forget that, the kid must run right now or miss the big exam. It takes him a second to remember. Meanwhile, the exam hall is already packed. Impatience mounts as several candidates demand the examiners start the test already. But Yang begs them to wait since one key candidate has not arrived yet. The bullies mock them, claiming the latecomer is probably just some weakling. With zero potential, Yang snaps at the insult and demands the guy repeat those words. The arrogant top dog boasts that the #1 spot always belongs to his school, and says this year will not be any different. Honestly, the nerve of this guy. To them, the other contenders do not even matter. Clearly, the missing kid is simply too terrified to show his face. Hearing this absolute garbage, Yang retorts that his buddy could flatten all of them with a single blow. The bully laughs it off, saying the puny kid can try but will get eaten alive. Watching the drama unfold, the girl wonders where on earth Chiaoyu is hiding. Mi steps up too, declaring that only Chiaoyu stands a real chance against this jerk. Still, he cannot help but worry. Meanwhile, Chiaoyu is sprinting through the streets, panicking because he knows he is desperately late. Back inside, the proctor asks if everyone from the 4th university has checked in. Time is officially up. Suddenly, a loud voice echoes from the distance, shouting that he made it. His friends sigh in massive relief. He made it by the skin of his teeth. The elitist students are deeply irritated that some nobody kept them waiting. They try to shrug it off, grumbling that they are in a massive hurry. To claim the top ranks, Chiaoyu merely rolls his eyes and asks where these clowns came from, and Yang whispers they are from the 1st Academy. The arrogant jerk fumes at the blatant disrespect and vows to completely destroy Chiaoyu in the arena. Chiaoyu shrugs it off with absolute coldness. He did not expect these supposedly top students to have such fragile egos. Confronted with this, the most offended student becomes completely flustered. Behind him, another student warns him, "Win first, no trouble." Not starting a fight, that quickly puts the clown in his place. Just as they began to stir up trouble, they leave as quickly as they arrived. With everyone gathered, it is time for the exam to start. The lead examiner steps forward. He explains that the exam will use a point system. Wins earn 2 points. Even consecutive ones. Any loss deducts 1 point, capped at 1 in a row. After this phase, the top 10 will fight to find the absolute best. Asked if they understand, the students quickly nod. Up in the audience, several proud parents are loudly cheering. Down in the massive arena, Chiaoyu notices that the rules resemble standard dueling. Minimum health is 1, death is impossible. That means he does not need to hold back at all. Stillman asks Lion for his prediction. Lion was last year's champion, so he naturally expects an academy student to win. In Chiaoyu's very first match, he faces off against Long Mason from University 1. Chiaoyu just stares, completely calm, not a single trace of worry. The clown is thrilled to face Chiaoyu right out of the gate. Chiaoyu mocks his name, making a quick joke about the way it sounds. Hearing this, the clown snaps and promises to knock his teeth out. The referee asks if both fighters are ready, and they both nod. Now it is time to introduce themselves, though neither of them sees the point. As they immediately prepare to clash, Long introduces himself as a level 9 mage wielding lightning. Chiaoyu, however, reveals he is a level 11 necromancer. Hearing that high level, the arrogant clown instantly freezes. Even the referee is shocked that a candidate reached this tier before exams. Now that introductions are out of the way, the match finally begins. The confident clown charges his electricity magic, expecting it to crush undead. Crackling blue lightning starts gathering all around his body. Chiaoyu just watches the display, completely unimpressed. A massive shield of electricity erupts around the clown. Apparently, only 1 in 10 people can master lightning magic, making it quite rare, but to the anxious crowd, it looks purely defensive. They cannot imagine Chiaoyu ever defeating him. Inside his shocking electric dome, the clown smugly dares his opponent to attack. He wants to see his power, but suddenly gets confused by something. Chiaoyu is not even holding a staff. Up in the stands, an elder asks. The director of this is the kid Jingyu University recruited so eagerly. He does not even look ready to fight if he keeps acting overconfident. And will lose in an instant, but get this, the director knows. This student once sent an entire professor flying with just a single strike. Nearby, other professors eagerly watch to see how this elemental matchup unfolds. So far, neither competitor has launched a real attack, yet the lightning mage remains incredibly uneasy as Chiaoyu slowly advances toward him. The electric mage cannot understand why his opponent has not summoned anything yet. Then Chiaoyu casually steps right into the lightning dome without taking damage. This completely startles the clown because things were never supposed to be this easy. Aren't necromancers supposed to be weak? Yet this guy shrugs off hits like nothing. Absolutely nothing. Up in the stands, spectators question if these are really mages. If they are, then Chiaoyu is being unbelievably reckless. Closing the gap, he prepares knuckle dusters. It is time to break some teeth and test his new gear. Realizing a heavy blow is coming, the rival mage desperately tries to brace himself. He quickly makes his iron underwear unbelievably heavy. Still, it hits. The critical blow drains more health than he has. His body flies backward. Total devastation. If not for the duel rules, he would be a mere smear. Knowing his absurd power, Chiaoyu tells the young man he only owes 5 lives. 5 lives, the audience is completely shocked. How could a weak necromancer do this? A frail summoner using pure brute force. The elder immediately wants some answers. He demands the director explain this insanity. After all, that was over 1,000. Over 1,000 damage with 1 punch. The director, however, remains completely calm. He says there is nothing unusual about a necromancer being slightly strong. Chiaoyu has trained since childhood and holds massive potential. Last year's champion agrees. He is highly interested, eager to see what Chiaoyu can actually do with magic. Run, a panicked student rushes to his superior with some shocking news about Long. Long was knocked out cold with a single punch by some 4th university kid. The superior already knew. The boy is tough, but they just need to wait. Still, first place will belong to their school. Spectators watch completely. Baffled, Chiaoyu's brute strength makes no sense. He cannot possibly be a mage. After his easy win, Chiaoyu politely thanks everyone who cheered for him. Suddenly, though, an official orders Chiaoyu to follow him. Chiaoyu demands to know why he should. Cheating because his performance was so insane. Someone actually accused him of cheating. They must run tests. Chiaoyu is absolutely furious, unable to believe this is happening. He is under scrutiny just for doing well. The official asks how a mage could be this physically strong. Chiaoyu simply replies he was born this way. No one believes that silly excuse, so they quickly lead him away for testing. Whispers spread, the audience suspects he cheated, and even the elder begins to doubt. He wonders if Sulyui's student actually cheated, but tells everyone to stay patient. Idui openly doubts Chiaoyu, but his colleague quickly snaps at him. The jealous rivals smile. They claim the upcoming test will expose him as a total fraud. Yang disagrees. Yang tells them to wait until he returns, but the skeptics just mock him, laughing that his friend is never coming back. Before Chiaoyu, a yellow portal appears. The examiner tells him to step inside. Chiaoyu walks in, fully confident. He notes that people only doubt when they are faced with true geniuses. No anomalies found. The test is perfectly clean, but the examiner demands another go. He takes the test again. For the second time, absolutely nothing unusual shows up. Nothing. Flustered, the official orders someone to inspect the testing equipment itself. They ensure it works correctly. While waiting, technicians inspect the device. They run diagnostics. Surprisingly, the device is working perfectly with zero issues. Perfectly. This means Chiaoyu really can deal over 1,000 damage with one punch. A physical mage. There has never been anyone like him in history. Now comes the drug test. If he passes this, he can finally go back. Meanwhile, the second round of the exam was already underway. Some rivals believed Chiaoyu would never return, getting himself disqualified. Inside the arena, other students prepared for battle. One smug mage waited for an opponent who was nowhere to be found. He asked the professor if no-shows resulted in an instant victory. The answer was yes, and the missing fighter was none other than Chiaoyu. People in the crowd whispered, suspecting the necromancer of cheating. But right now, Chiaoyu was actually stuck in the restroom with an inspector. The inspector had to watch the test firsthand. Chiaoyu warned the inspector he might get scared, but the man insisted he was a pro. They locked themselves in. When they stepped out, the inspector looked completely traumatized. Still shivering from what he saw, he rushed back to his boss. He reported that Chiaoyu was entirely clean, clearing him to return. Checking his profile, the supervisor recognized the kid's famous family name immediately. As the son of Chiaoyu Anking, this boy was bound to shake things up. Back at the arena, Yang was sweating bullets over his friend's potential disqualification. His jealous rivals sneered, claiming the cheat had already been quietly expelled. A girl pointed out they probably framed him anyway. She strongly suspected they filed the fake report themselves, even though she had no solid evidence to prove it. Honestly, who could blame people for questioning him? That insane damage made no sense. It was so high that a reality check seemed totally fair. Still, Yang held onto his absolute faith, trusting Chiaoyu would show up soon. The jealous rivals laughed, telling everyone that Chiaoyu was long gone. Maffei spoke up, calling out their desperate bid for first place. It would not work. Even without Chiaoyu, Maffei was going to win. Right on cue, the girl gasped and pointed toward the entrance. Chiaoyu had cleared the testing process and was marching right back in. The referee was just about to declare a forfeit, but Chiaoyu shouted to wait. He made it by the skin of his teeth, ready to fight. Both fighters were present, so the match could finally begin. Seeing him walk out, the crowd realized he was definitely clean. That ridiculously high damage was fully real, and they all knew it now. The toxic haters could only sit there and swallow their bitter pride. On the field, his opponent skipped the usual polite introductions. He claimed he was ready to make a move, but then threw in the towel. Declining to fight, he chose to forfeit rather than take a monster hit. Nobody wanted to tank over 1,000 damage, leaving Chiaoyu quite disappointed. This completely baffled the referee, handing Chiaoyu a free victory and some points. That brought his total score to 5. His friends rushed over to celebrate. Meanwhile, the jealous faction was having a total meltdown at their headquarters. Their little report was just a cheap tactic to buy some time. If he was clean, he was always going to return sooner or later. But wait until you see the other dirty schemes they have lined up. They refused to lose first place, but Chiaoyu was already moving on. Amazingly, his next opponent forfeited before any punches could fly. This irritated Chiaoyu. He was eager to crush some faces, but his opponent insists he does not want to experience the pain of 1,000 damage punch. The same thing happens in the 4th round, much to Chiaoyu's frustration. This pattern continues until the 8th match. Chiaoyu, who is hoping to actually fight, feels totally disheartened by the situation. If things keep going this way, he will enter the second phase with a perfect score, but the envious ones plan to pit him. Against a professor from the second academy in the 9th round, it remains to be seen whether she will follow their plan. All they need is to start the rest depends entirely on her decision to win or not, and so it begins. Professor Swang will fight against Chiaoyu. Up in the stands, the crowd goes completely wild over the woman's beauty. Down in the arena, it's time for them to introduce themselves. She is a level 11 ice mage, up with the directors. An old man remarks that Chiaoyu is in a tough spot, but Su reinforces the idea that they don't actually know how strong Chiaoyu really is. Chiaoyu introduces himself as a level 11 necromancer. After the introductions, the professor's staff immediately starts glowing. This surprises Chiaoyu because up until this very moment, she did not seem like someone who would forfeit. Calmly, she says there is no reason for her to back down. Hearing this, Chiaoyu gets pretty excited since it is the first time someone has not given up after finding out how strong he is. In the stands, the crowd gets pretty upset, assuming he will fight dirty against such a beautiful woman. Hearing their loud boos, Chiaoyu responds that he won't go all out against someone so beautiful. Then, he pulls out that item from the magic cube. It is so unusual that the referee can't believe Chiaoyu is actually Necromancer. Meanwhile, the professor starts getting pretty apprehensive as she has never seen a mage fight like this. Wielding his spear, Chiaoyu moves to attack. In defense, the ice mage quickly conjures a wall to protect herself. Ice rises from the ground, attempting to trap Chiaoyu, but with a simple sweep of his spear, he shatters it completely. Feeling him get closer, she knows she won't stand a single chance if he gets too close. Still, she's confident her abilities will be enough to restrain him, even if it is just for a moment. Leaping straight forward, Chiaoyu tries to close the distance for some close-quarter combat. The professor was waiting for this exact moment when he was off the ground. She says he is powerful but far too confident, and now his win streak will come to an end. Before he can even land, ice completely surrounds him as she unleashes her spell. His body is almost completely encased. Just like that, he is trapped in a block of solid ice, entirely immobilized. In the audience, people praise her strategy, agreeing that she is clearly superior to any student. The directors believe the match is over, but Su tells them to keep watching. Speaking to the referee, she asks if she won, but he tells her to look closely at her opponent. Chiaoyu's health is steadily decreasing but hasn't reached 0 just yet, so the ice mage approaches the frozen block. As she gets closer, Chiaoyu's face is clearly visible. She tells him to surrender since he has lost, but through the biting cold, Chiaoyu mutters that he refuses to yield to her. He is just enduring useless pain, and soon his health will hit 0. But Chiaoyu knows that with his current health bar, it will take some time. As Chiaoyu forces his way out, huge cracks start spreading across the solid block of ice. Panicking, the mage summons even more frost, trapping him under another heavy layer. But the professor realizes that anyone who can break her ice must be insanely strong. Her desperate spell still cannot stop him from bursting his head free. He just smirks, wondering how much mana she has left as her bar blinks red. Her reserves are totally dry, while his health bar remains at 100%. Unable to maintain the freeze, the ice shatters and Chiaoyu explodes outward. Without any mana left, she can only watch in utter shock as he stands tall. Fully free, Chiaoyu levels his sharp spear at her and calmly asks her to yield. He gently asks her to yield, but she refuses. The blunt side of Chiaoyu's blade strikes, sending the professor flying with 260 points of damage. The crowd goes wild at the brutal hit, but Chiaoyu does not care. He does not care about their whining, since this is a real competition. The match wraps up with Chiaoyu standing tall as the undisputed winner. The directors are absolutely stunned, and Su declares Chiaoyu is this year's champion. No one can stop him now. Meanwhile, a student rushes to help the professor. She reassures her that her score is still high enough to advance. The real problem is that non-mage boy who insults their entire exam by being here. This really annoys Chiaoyu. It is not his fault he is a battle mage. He just specializes in close combat, making him way stronger than anyone else. Leaving his haters in total despair, Chiaoyu comfortably advances to the next phase. Their bitter leader calls the defeated professor completely useless for failing her mission. He declares that he will have to handle this annoying rookie himself. Back at the arena, a student asks the professor about Chiaoyu's bizarre combat style. She admits his physical power is unlike anything she has ever seen. Besides, she checked the tournament brackets, and they were clearly tampered with. At first, she thought someone wanted her disqualified from the second phase. But now she realizes the shady plot was actually aimed at Chiaoyu. Deciding to do the right thing, she approaches him with the warning. She reveals the rigged brackets and tells him to watch his back. Instead of stressing out, this warning only fires him up even more. He cannot wait to send this shadow schemer flying with one single punch. Soon enough, the remaining candidates gather for the highly anticipated second stage. The qualified fighters gather. The brutal arena battles are finally about to start. These are the top 10, and the crowd is heavily divided on Chiaoyu. Many call him a cheap cheater, but he calmly steps into the ring first. He is not here to fight fair. He is waiting for his hidden saboteur. Standing right in the center, the crowd thinks he wants a massive brawl. He looks ready to take on all 9 other competitors at the same time. The loud newcomer brags that only a true genius deserves the top spot. And he claims to be it. Before he can finish, Chiaoyu slaps him hard. Losing 354 health points, Chiaoyu proves he is no genius. The crowd is left completely speechless by this young man's raw dominance. With such a crushing performance, everyone starts screaming his name in absolute hype. The entire stadium is chanting for him, but Chiaoyu only cares about his hidden target. That was when the jealous guy trying to sabotage him finally showed up. He called Chiaoyu a mere crowd pleaser and offered him 5 million. Chiaoyu was just confused, forcing the envious rival to spell it out. It was $5 million in exchange for Chiaoyu withdrawing entirely. Since Chiaoyu was a penniless orphan, this money would change his life. Slightly insulted, Chiaoyu replied that dreams actually had a price, but not for such a measly little sum. Sensing a deal, the rival eagerly asked how much he wanted. Chiaoyu demanded at least 1 billion, or maybe 100 billion instead. That massive amount was way out of the envious rival's budget. Chiaoyu just wondered why this guy harbored so much intense hatred. He was clearly the envious rival, sitting at the initial stage. And he was a shadow mages, the first Chiaoyu had faced. The match was starting, and Chiaoyu felt a surge of excitement. He finally had a chance to absolutely destroy this annoying guy's face. With one hand, the mage unleashed dark energy across the arena. The shadows took humanoid shapes, pointing directly at their target. A clash between a necromancer and a shadow mage had everyone roaring. They wanted Chiaoyu to summon his undead, but he did not need them. He could handle this solo. Gripping his spear, he waited. Once the first shadow stepped into range, Chiaoyu delivered a massive blow. But wait, he noticed something very strange about these creatures. These shadows felt like they had bones of solid steel. Still, Chiaoyu did not flinch and jumped straight back in. He kept striking the shadows, completely overwhelming their defenses with ease. If this was his opponent's best trick, it was no problem. Solid or not, he wanted to see if he could break them. With a heavy vertical strike, he aimed for a clean cut. Yet despite his massive strength, the blade got stuck halfway. Since his edge was already near the neck, Chiaoyu targeted its weakness. With that one down, only 3 shadows were left standing. And honestly, who could blame him? Chiaoyu was fighting like a demon. The rival felt like he was facing a literal monster here. It did not take long for the remaining shadows to completely dissolve. Now it was finally time for the envious rival to face the blade. As Chiaoyu closed in, the mage laughed. Combat was never their purpose. They were actually sacrifices, meant to be absorbed right into his body. Before the process could finish, Chiao's blade sliced his arm. If not for the strict tournament rules protecting the participants, this shadow mage would already be dead and buried. But suddenly, Chiao noticed a bizarre sensation creeping up his own arm. The bleeding mage grinned, admitting Chiao was the first to push him. It turned out any direct damage dealt to him reflected right back. Drawing a sharp dagger, the mage warned Chiao was still unsafe. He then drove the blade deep into his own flesh. The damage instantly transfers over, costing Chiao 50 of his health points. The envious one promises to keep his word if Chiao just admits defeat. No way, Chiao flatly refuses to give up now. The chest blow didn't drain his health entirely. Chiao is still standing. So he keeps harming himself, calling Chiao stubborn for not just giving up. The sheer pain Chiao feels from these phantom strikes is entirely real. Now the vile mage prepares to target a very sensitive part of the male anatomy. It's a dirty move, showing zero ethics. This deeply unsettles Chiao. He reacts instantly, swinging his spear and completely severing the mage's arm. The envious one retreats, immediately triggering his shadow sacrifice once again. As assimilation finishes, Chiao takes another hit, 496 damage. Pure power won't work. Chiao needs to find a way out. He must figure out the exact limits of this bizarre dark aura. Wait, the trick clicks, and Chiao finally understands the spell. The next strike will decide everything. With one hand hidden, the enemy mocks him. The envious one boldly taunts Chiao, inviting him to try his absolute best. Chiao unleashes a sudden strike, intentionally warping the air around his target. "Did you really think I wouldn't see through this?" Chiao asks. "Let's see if the cocky mage can actually dodge it." The villain jokes that if he manages to, he'll call Chiao daddy. Chiao's fist is flying. He aims straight at his opponent's face. The defense holds. A barrier absorbs the impact of Chiao's punch. His theory was spot on, otherwise the mage wouldn't have blocked it. Still, the mage smugly claims that blocking is not the same as dodging. Chiao strikes again. The envious one loses 125 health. The shield could easily stop a boss, but it shatters under Chiao's power. The envious one cannot comprehend how this guy is stronger than a raid boss. Stepping forward, Chiao says it is over, but the mage just laughs. He snaps back, declaring that he will be the one ending this fight. A massive swirling storm of shadows begins wrapping tightly around his body. Sinister eyes, a dark transformation begins to take shape. The display draws Chiao's attention. The sheer pressure is unreal. Normal players wouldn't stand a chance against this shadow form, including Chiao. Driven to take first place in the exam, he is sure Chiao is finished. No hesitation, Chiao lunges forward with a vicious kick. The surprise strike sends the envious one flying, tearing up the arena floor. Yet despite the devastating impact, his new body seems incredibly solid now. Shadow magic merging with them makes him insanely resilient. Irritated by that cheap shot, the dark mage rushes back to retaliate. As the distance closes, Chiao cocks back his fist once more. A massive clash, their fists collide right in the center. The shockwave shatters the stone ground, sending cracks across the battlefield. It works. Chiao loses his footing on the shifting rubble. He blocks a flying kick, but the mage grabs his ankle before he lands. Even caught in this tight spot, Chiao's calm expression doesn't slip. With pure power, he drops from the air and easily strikes him right in the face. Once again, the jealous shadow mage is thrown hard, his body smashing right through the stone floor. The crowd is completely confused. A magical duel has somehow turned into a brutal fistfight. Two mysterious figures watch the fight closely. They are actually top-tier assassins, who are now certain this fighter is not Muffy, but the target they were searching. For Chiao himself, now they must capture him. Meanwhile, the battered shadow mage wonders how Chiao can easily match his physical strength and what secret magic could possibly trigger this. Matching, not even close, Chiaoyu is completely dominating this chaotic battle. Panicked, the jealous challenger realizes his own power is running out. He has only no other choice. He unleashes his forbidden shadow sacrifice technique. His director watches in horror, screaming at him to stop using it immediately, but he refuses to back down. He must prove he is stronger than his legendary older brother. That brother was last year's champion, leaving him with an overwhelming pressure to win. Ignoring all this drama, Chiaoyu just smiles and waits. He wants to see this new ultimate form. Suddenly, the desperate shadow mage strikes hard, taking 141 health points from Chiaoyu while claiming the end is here. Yet despite the massive hit, Chiaoyu is completely unfazed. He counters with a devastating blow of his own, smashing his fist into the transformed opponent's jaw in the center ring. Both fighters trade brutal, unstoppable punches. Worried by the violence, a referee asks the head exam overseer if they should stop the match, but he wants to wait just a bit longer. Nearby, a mysterious woman whispers orders into her radio, telling her squad to get ready to kidnap both targets. Meanwhile, the furious mage still cannot comprehend why Chiaoyu is standing. Chiaoyu thinks the same. This guy is stronger than any boss they ever faced. The duel rages on, fueled by the shadow mage's sheer anger and desperation, contrasted against a massive, confident grin from Chiaoyu, but the mage is running out of steam. And Chiaoyu seizes the moment to land a flawless, crushing punch right to his chest. The dark shadow armor surrounding the mage instantly shatters, and he wonders if he is defeated. With Chiaoyu standing victorious, the referee steps up to make the official announcement, but suddenly a massive disturbance hits the arena, shocking the officials. The chief examiner bellows in anger, warning the intruders that they are courting death. Chiaoyu is confused, but a sudden gleam in his eyes says everything. Someone is rapidly approaching. Outside, a heavy armored truck speeds away from the venue. Inside, several elite candidates from the second phase are trapped and unconscious, including Chiaoyu himself. He slowly wakes up and tries to make sense of what happened. His rival Gu is trapped beside him, along with the powerful professor who fought earlier. It is clear they have been kidnapped. Suddenly, a hooded woman steps forward. Regretting that she had to bring him in this way, Chiaoyu calmly remarks that if this is how she invites guests, she seriously needs to work on her manners. The mysterious woman tells him not to worry at all, revealing she is Gusi, the local leader of Bai. She explains that Chiaoyu's incredible power left her with no choice but to kidnap him. The other prisoners, Yang and Muffy, have never even heard of this shadowy organization, Bai. Making this an incredibly daring move during the official exams, the captured professor warns them that the consequences of this crime will be massive, demanding their immediate release. But Gusi calmly explains they will be set free once they reach their destination, promising that no one will be harmed if they simply stay quiet and cooperative. Anyone trying to run will find out if God exists. Everyone is left wondering why they were taken, but there is a very clear reason. They want elite prospects. Suddenly, one prisoner stands up. He demands his immediate release, shouting that he has never heard of them. The woman delivers a brutal kick to his ribs, sending him crashing down to the floor. They have no choice. Witnessing their power will make them join willingly. Refuse and they die. The smart ones will easily make the correct choice right now. Escape is impossible. Those special guards will surely ensure it. She turns and exits, the heavy door slamming shut behind her. Before this, the professors fought, and the lead examiner demanded answers. He shot his arrow straight at a young intruder, but accidentally hit an exam worker instead. A spy is among them, but saving the kids comes first. A legendary level 35 archer, absolutely nobody expected the chief examiner to be him. The master archer draws his bow, demanding the mysterious youth reveal himself. The kid just chuckles, saying he has absolutely no plans of sharing his name with them. Dozens of arrows fly toward the intruder, but they pass right through him. It was a mirage. The distracted examiner is hit instantly. The youth mockingly calls the old man a hothead, begging for death. The examiner stands back up, exploding the heavy rubble into the sky with his energy. Tremors shake the area as the surrounding earth begins to shatter. As dust clears, the examiner breaks his restraints. Two subordinates quickly arrive to check on his health. He quickly brushes them off, demanding to know exactly where the hostile intruders fled. They escaped with 10 students, and the weak guards failed completely to stop them. The furious examiner demands the names of the 10 captured teenagers. Hearing the names, his blood boils. Two directors quickly step forward. They quickly explain that, as top-level prodigies, the kids are not in immediate danger. This attack is way too organized to be a random group. Striking during an exam is bold. Another soldier runs up to them. He reports similar abductions in other cities, prompting the examiner to order a search. Inside the getaway truck, Chiaoyu stares at his heavy chains. A muscle-bound cultivator claims these restraints cannot hold him. He strains with all his might, but the metal does not budge even a fraction. Suddenly, Chiaoyu casually slips his hands free, mocking the cheap metal. The physical cultivator stares in shock as Chiaoyu grabs his weapon. With his trusty spear in hand, he offers to cut all of the others free. Swift slashes break their bonds, except for one jealous kid. He stubbornly insists he can break his own cuffs without help. While the kid struggles, Chiaoyu slices a massive hole straight through the thick steel wall. And just like that, they have a way out, but someone is listening. She immediately orders the driver to halt and steps out to investigate the weird noise. Outside, she finds the escapees waiting. A tense standoff begins. Not even a level 20 cultivator can break those. She demands answers. Chiaoyu simply smirks, telling her that the dark truth would keep her up all night. Before she can even react, a sudden flash of light teleports them all away. Out of options, she fires her quad-barreled weapon, shattering the ground. They are trapped in the inner world, but help will wait upon their return. Furious and seeking revenge, she vows never to forget Chiaoyu's name. In this secret world, they face an E-rank quest to stop a demon. His allies have vanished, likely scattered across different parts of the world. Chiaoyu contemplates breaking the system character's device to move around freely. Suddenly, something puts him on high alert as a young disciple speaks. He warns his master that the deity of pleasure has resurrected. But the master scoffs, claiming such a miracle is completely impossible. Normally, a corrupted corpse would grow thick fur, long nails, and fangs. The boy insists on what he saw, but his master remains skeptical. Watching them, Chiaoyu realizes following these system characters will lead to answers. This path should take him straight to the heart of the mystery. He keeps moving forward, perfectly playing the part of a lifeless corpse. Inside a house, the master prepares to leave and commands the boy. He must guard the deity and pray that it does not wake. But as you would expect, peace never lasts as newcomers kick the door open. They march in carrying a massive coffin, immediately noticing the sealing talisman. The old man demands to know his connection to the corpse shepherd. He proudly replies that Su Zhen is his master, questioning if they are undertakers. Chuckling, the old leader is amused by the young boy's sharp eye. He asks where Su Zhen went, demanding to find the master's whereabouts. The boy explains his master had to step out, but will return. Inspecting the corpse, the old man notes its skin is still warm. The young disciple warns them not to disrespect the sleeping deity. But the men scoff, completely ignoring his desperate pleas of danger. They mockingly call it a mere carcass, disregarding all the warnings. If the boy dares to interfere, they threaten to crack his head open. Even so, the brave disciple stands firm against their sheer arrogance. Staring at the body, the leader realizes it could fetch a fortune. He commands his brute, Fungi, to seize the valuable treasure immediately. Without hesitation, Fungi steps forward to steal the quiet, sleeping form. Shocked, the young boy blocks his path, refusing to yield an inch. But Fungi simply ignores him and delivers a brutal, heavy slap. Despite the pain, the boy vows to stop Fungi from stealing it. Looking at the tiny child, Fungi feels absolutely no threat at all. To end this quickly, the brute ruthlessly knees the child in the stomach. The devastating impact sends the poor kid crashing across the room. Fungi chuckles, mocking the weak child as Chiaoyu watches the cruel scene. Pretending to be dead, Chiaoyu is disgusted, and he is not about to stay quiet. He slowly reaches up, peeling the restraining talisman off his own forehead. Letting out a heavy sigh, Chiaoyu finds their needless cruelty deeply regrettable. The thug went too far over such a minor, petty matter. Seeing the moving corpse, the boy gasps that the deity has risen. Chiaoyu never wanted to interfere, but his destination lies at Coffin Mountain, and refuses to let those two sell him. Sensing trouble, the old master unleashes a poison mist, but it fails completely as Q drives a fist into his face. The old master's body sails through the air, crashing hard onto the wooden floor. Only now does he realize this is no corpse, it is a living, breathing person. Fungi assumes it is just some cheap trick and rushes forward. As he attacks, his heavy club lands directly on Q's face, yet the damage is almost entirely negligible, leaving even Q surprised. Seeing such insane defense, the old master is left questioning whether he is dealing with a living man or a corpse, checking Q's status. Even the old man gets confused. Q has 100 extra defense as an undead, but he cannot regenerate health or mana. Still, that body-controlling bell forces him to move without his own will, relying on massive health since he uses 0 mana. The old man commands Fungi to hold Q off while preparing a suppression technique. Without hesitation, the young disciple moves in to strike the reanimated powerhouse. Q casually prepares to counter. His devastating punch sends Fungi crashing deep down into the dirt, shattering his guard completely. Fungi screams to his master that he cannot hold on much longer, but the sly old master had already abandoned him and fled. Seriously, talk about the absolute worst master ever. Q tells him not to sweat it because that old coward will not get far. Leaving Fungi behind, Q hunts the old master down and delivers a crushing strike. That is enough to permanently finish the elder. Fungi is left absolutely disheartened by his betrayal, but Q has not forgotten about him either, smashing his face down. Q claims massive experience and attribute points for defeating them. Now he is highly curious about that strange container they carried. It resembles a spirit suppression coffin. Prying it open with one hand, he peers inside to find his loyal paladin companion. He never expected to encounter a familiar face here. Recognizing her instantly by her petite figure, shaking off sleep, she is not pleased to be recognized by that specific feature. Apparently, they are now stuck inside a special dungeon mission, forcing them into these vessel forms. The watching boy is shocked to see another living deity taking advantage of the situation. Q speaks to him. When the boy asks what they want, Q demands directions to Coffin Mountain, which happens to be where the kid and his master are going. After a short while, the master returns. Seeking praise, the young boy boasts that he captured the deity himself. Amazed, his master asks how he pulled off such a wild feat. Meanwhile, a group of mysterious monks travels elsewhere, carrying heavy coffins with spiritual seals floating around as they chant ancient prayers. Standing nearby, Ku studies the area. The master addresses one of the monks, instructing him to go inside while the remaining disciples arrive, handing a spiritual bell to his young student. He commands him to watch over the slumbering deities. Shaking the bell softly, the disciple directs the procession. Up ahead, they find several frozen bodies belonging to past examinees. Among them, Yang spots 2 familiar friends walking up. Q is relieved to find his ally in this place. Much to the kid's absolute shock, the supposedly dead bodies start chatting normally. It seems totally impossible for these vessels to speak. Meanwhile, the Grand Elders assemble in their hall, checking if everything is prepared to receive the deities. This marks the 5th ritual summoning, and they pray nothing goes wrong this time. They had prepared for everything. Tonight, they would finally breach the Emperor's sacred tomb. A pale moon climbed high into the dark sky, casting a cold glow over the quiet grounds. Lighting their path, the solemn procession of monks marched silently forward. Finally, they stood right before the Emperor's tomb as a freezing wind cut through them. Surrounded by powerful deities, one of them nervously asked if they could leave now. The head monk turned slowly, asking the speaker where exactly he thought he could go. Utterly confused, the young monk demanded to know what those chilling words actually meant. The hour had finally arrived for the supreme ruler to rise and claim his new vessels. With fresh human blood as a dark sacrifice, they would welcome their divine emperor back. Hearing this, the monks panicked. They never realized they were the actual sacrifices. Begging the head monk was completely futile now. Anyone who wanted to live had to run. They scrambled to flee, but any hope of escape was already completely gone. No escape, honestly. Seeing this army of walking corpses would make anyone freeze. The flesh-eaters tore into the monks, blocking every single path out of the valley. Staring at the corrupted beasts, the old monk realized the head monk engineered this nightmare. Amidst the sheer chaos, Ju frantically asked Gao what their next move should be. They had to stop this demon from resurrecting at all costs. If this divine emperor was actually a demon, they had to strike right now. Unleashing their weapons, they began destroying the horde of corrupted corpses. The head monk smiled as the fallen bodies entered the tomb, fueling the resurrection. Looking closely at the battlefield, serious doubts began to rise about these creatures. They seemed almost alive. Witnessing the resistance, the head monk grew absolutely furious. Furious that his grand plan was being ruined, a malicious elder raised a brush. He chanted a dark curse, while Chiaoyu was suddenly surrounded. His movements grew heavy and slow. The sinister spell was paralyzing him. This curse controlled dead bodies, and he was succumbing. Gripping his spear, Chiaoyu prepared a desperate throw to shatter the source of the spell. The weapon flew, tearing through multiple bodies, straight toward the chanting elder. But he kept chanting, summoning 10,000 hidden bodies to rise. As the ground violently shook beneath them, Chiaoyu's allies felt pure terror. An invisible pressure locked them in place. None of them could move. And they should be terrified. Their living bodies were the perfect food for the emperor. The situation was incredibly dire. If they failed here, the demon would awaken. Looking at the monk who had stood by him, Chiaoyu tried to snap him back to reality. He urgently reminded the monk that they were here to prevent this evil resurrection. But the monk shook his head, refusing to believe a demon was returning. The legendary demon of their ancient scriptures was said to burn everything in its path. One of the 4 great ancestors of corpses, the infamous dry demon. But human or monster, the only thing that mattered was stopping this ritual. Summoning his inner magic, the monk shattered the curse that was holding him back. For a limited time, corpse-controlling spells would have 0 effect on his body. That was more than enough. While he still drew breath, no demon would escape this tomb. Glaring at the surviving monks, the elder snapped, demanding to know what they were waiting for. Shaking off their fear, they fought back to free the reanimated bodies. Enraged, the malicious elder roared that absolutely nobody could stop his master's awakening. Master Chiaoyu was absolutely confident he could do it, striking the elder with everything. The elder's body lay completely motionless on top of the rubble that stopped him. Under no circumstances could that dark sarcophagus touch a single drop of human blood. Too late, the wicked elder's fresh blood had already stained the ancient seal. A massive wicked hand bursts straight out of the dirt. The dragon's breath rises again. Instantly, the system alerts everyone that the ancient demon has been fully resurrected. Their objective changes. Memphis can only stare at the horrifying ghost-like entity before them. Pure shock freezes the rest of the team, but Chiaoyu does not blink. They have to put this beast down now, especially with the difficulty spiking. We are talking about a level D threat, an epic level 20 boss with 4,000 health. And with over 200 strength, several cowardly monks immediately start running away. Knowing they stand zero chance, they scatter, but the beast locks its gaze on them. It lunges after a runner, leaving the poor guy screaming in total, desperate terror. Seeing the demon close in, the coward runs straight toward Chiaoyu to draw the aggro. He actually tries to use Chiaoyu as a meat shield to save his own skin. Realizing what this spineless monk is doing, Chiaoyu boils with rage as the demon attacks. The monster winds up to strike, but Chiaoyu is not about to just stand there. He meets the beast head-on, delivering a punch that sends the demon flying backward. It crashes hard into a stone wall, recovers instantly, and spews a toxic green mist. The poison barely misses him, and Ju screams a warning to stay away from it. It is highly deadly. Acting fast, the ice mage steps up to freeze the air. She casts her spell, trapping both the noxious cloud and the demon in solid ice. Behind them, the healer quickly patches Chiaoyu up, but wait, can the monster be stopped? Effortlessly, the demon shatters its frozen tomb. A shadow student prepares to strike. Teleporting right next to the monster, he slashes wildly with his dark blade. The demon barely even feels the slash, but it certainly manages to make it angry. Screaming in fury, the monster unleashes a roar that instantly debuffs everyone's stats. Chiaoyu's health bar suddenly plummets by half. They are severely weakened and running out of options. They must coordinate their attacks perfectly now. Suddenly, a massive shockwave erupts. Debris flies everywhere as Chiaoyu charges right back in, hammering the beast with his bare fists. The shadow student is completely stunned. Chiaoyu's punch deals 10 times his own maximum damage. Annoyed by the heavy strike, the boss retaliates with a brutal, swinging counterattack. The impact blasts Chiaoyu backward. Yang rushes over, frantically asking for their next move. Nothing they throw seems to bypass the thick defense of this absolute monster. Spotting the coward crouching nearby, Chiaoyu walks over with a dark look. With zero hesitation, he kicks the guy straight toward the demon, forcing him to fight. The shadow mage is suddenly face to face with death. He has no choice but to react. He summons his shadows, manifesting a dark protective shield right before the blow connects. Observing this, Chiaoyu is genuinely impressed. That defensive skill is actually incredibly useful. The demon thrashes against the shield, desperately trying to crush the shadow mage beneath it. Pushed to his limit, the student triggers a shadow sacrifice to absorb the massive impact. The shockwave of the collision is so heavy that the solid stone floor completely shatters. Down on the front line, the student barely holds on, enduring a brutal beating. Meanwhile, the two backline mages are furiously casting their strongest elemental spells. The professor yells that she is finally ready to unleash her fully charged magic. A powerful ice spell erupted. Yang simultaneously cast his own magic. Restriction spell. Both magic forces struck the resurrected demon as Chiaoyu watched. He was deeply impressed by Gusu's grit under the beast's brutal assault. Yang was dry on mana. Everything now rested on Xiao and Chiaoyu. Chiaoyu rushed the massive boss, raising his fist to strike its hideous face. It was a devastating, crushing hit that utterly shattered the beast's skull. One hit was not enough. Chiaoyu continued to pummel him relentlessly. The onslaught was so overwhelming that the demon looked utterly helpless, like a battered child. Angered by the thrashing, the beast finally fought back, screaming in pure outrage that not even its own father had ever thrashed it like this. He swore to return the blows in the cruelest way. But Chiaoyu was not about to just take it, launching a swift counterattack. The demon crashed hard into the nearest wall. It slowly, painfully struggled up. But it was utterly useless. Chiaoyu was already there, fully prepared to end its life. The monk yelled that Chiaoyu must not do it, insisting he handle it himself, but words cannot halt a heavy fist plunging from above and the monster's face. The monster hit the dirt once again. Mission completed. Chiaoyu's performance was rated as an A, giving him massive stat boosts and experience. He leveled up again. The monk then revealed a dark curse on the demon. Whoever slays the creature gets cursed. As they talk, the corpse begins to slowly dissolve into a sinister reddish mist, prompting the monk to issue a sharp warning. He warned Chiaoyu to be careful. The sinister mist began to gather. The system notified Chiaoyu of a deadly curse, leaving him with only 30 days. He desperately asked the monk for a cure, but history holds absolutely no answers. His worried friends asked if he was okay, and though he nodded, he wondered if someone back at the university might actually know how to break it. Just then, Yang noticed the newly formed soul core, but the envious one snatched it away, smugly thanking Chiaoyu. Since he was crossed before, he wanted payback. This stolen item is a special tool, capable of draining half of any target's agility for 10 seconds. Yang was furious, seeing how the leech did virtually nothing but still kept the loot, mocking Yang to stop whining. The thief tried to escape the secret realm, but Yang had other plans. Instantly binding the traitor, he urgently yelled for Chiaoyu to act quickly. The coward insisted he did not want to fight, but Yang's binding spell would not hold. Chiaoyu was already charging straight toward the troublemaker. Cornered, the thief decided to fight and test his stolen artifact right there. He activated it, draining half of Chiaoyu's agility, only to receive only 4.5 points. That miserable amount shocked the thief. Without the protective corpse buffs, a single hit was enough to drop him. Sailing through the air, the thief was stunned by Chiaoyu's insane power. Somehow he managed to recover midair and landed safely on his feet. This was not the exam. Speed was active. They could not catch him. He smugly waved goodbye, but his teleportation was cut short once again. The professor blocked him with her frost magic, still holding a massive grudge from the exam. With his terrible attitude, Gu had made enemies of everyone. The guy desperately tries to defend himself by activating a shadow sacrifice. But a brutal hit from Chiaoyu takes out a massive chunk of his health. He flies backward. The ring drops right into Chiaoyu's hands. Completely drained, he runs, but he promises revenge. Talk about an absolute jackpot. This item is bound to be useful. Chiaoyu thanks the professor. She warns him that his rival holds a serious grudge. He needs to watch his back. With that, they finally teleport out of there. Chiaoyu is level 12 now, boasting insane strength and a massive health pool. Back in the real world, a rescue team waits. Nearby, the chief examiner feels a wave of relief, seeing them safe as directors gather around. They meet the rescued students. The examiner promises a full explanation soon. No one responsible for this mess will escape, given how serious it was. For safety, the exam is officially suspended. Students are heading home. As they prepare to leave, the professor gives a final warning. Watch out for that jealous rival, but Chiaoyu promises he can handle troublemakers. Inside a dark, shadowy castle, a mysterious woman kneels before her master. She reports that the targets successfully escaped the secret dungeon. The master met Chiaoyu once. He thought the boy was completely ordinary. But now he knows the truth. Chiaoyu is the son of Chiaoyu Anning. His interest in the boy spikes. Back at Chiaoyu University, life returns to normal. The transport bus pulls up. Chiaoyu steps off with his friends. Professor Pang greets them, clearly relieved that they made it back alive. Chiaoyu pulls Pang aside, asking for an urgent meeting with Director Gi. He has something crucial to discuss. Soon, they are in the main office. Director Gi sits quietly, waiting to hear what the young man has to say. During the last dungeon raid, a boss cursed Chiaoyu, leaving a dark mark. The director recognizes it instantly. It is a lethal, fast-acting death curse. Talk about a sudden, devastating blow. 30 days to live is insane. Their best hope is an S-class item called the Sage's Protection. But an artifact of that tier is impossible to find on the open market. The director once owned it, but he already used his only charge. Anyone holding one now would never sell it, no matter the price. Guy calls all his top contacts, but none of them have it. Is there any other way? There is, but Chiaoyu is too weak. It is basically impossible. He should just enjoy his final month. But Chiaoyu refuses to lay down and die without a fight. Guy warns him plainly that choosing this path will end in disaster. Yet Chiaoyu stands firm. He literally has no other options left. The cure lies inside a D-level dungeon. Chiaoyu only fought E-class beasts before, but a D-level area is different. They do not compare. Entering one requires intermediate power. Still, Chiaoyu starts sorting through his gear to prepare. The director chuckles, saying he has no interest in stealing loot. But Chiaoyu just wants the location so he can head out. Hearing his unwavering resolve, the director lets out a deep sigh. The professor grew irritated. Releasing his raw energy, Chiaoyu took 500 damage without. The older man moving a single muscle, his eyes burned like they were being sliced, and yet, to the director's total shock, the boy remained standing, quite a contrast to the other. People there and this bold display prompted him to ask again for the dungeon's name. Before answering, the director healed the student. He called it the Lake of Purification. He explained that entering this water could instantly cleanse any negative status. A player had. Chiaoyu thanked him for the tip, but the director urged him to be extremely cautious since absolutely no beginners ever dared to go there. Chiaoyu promised he would be careful, nodding along. Right after their talk, the boy announced he was heading straight for the dungeon, but the director quickly told him to wait. The director handed him a special gear piece, explaining it would protect him in that creepy place. Looking at it, Chiaoyu was pretty impressed. This gear boosted strength by 30% and granted full resistance to mind control. It was a seriously valuable item, so the director made sure to emphasize it was just a temporary loan. Expressing his gratitude, Chiaoyu finally set off toward the dangerous purification zone. Soon he stood right before the glowing portal. To enter this zone, he had to be automatically matched with a team of other active players. Inside, the group received a cold welcome from the system. They had to follow some strict rules. If they heard something calling out from behind them, they must never turn around. Watch out for anyone who disappears for more than 1 minute, and keep a close eye on the physical habits of your teammates. If something whispers right in your ear, you have to curse at it until that creepy voice stops. If a stranger appears and starts asking questions, do not say a word. Some players claimed the area was fairly safe with barely any real accidents, but one teammate argued that it was a total death trap where people die constantly. Following standard protocol, a young woman introduced herself as Chin Kumshu, a level 22 water mage. Next was Chaos Zio, also level 22, who played as a blade master. The remaining 3 allies included another mage, a second blade master, and a skilled swordmaster. This last fighter was the sole level 25 expert. Finally, Chiaoyu introduced himself as a low-level 13 necromancer. The guy with glasses could not believe a rookie was tagging along, complaining that he would just drag them down. Another member agreed, saying Chiaoyu was dead weight, but the female swordmaster noted he could be useful if he managed to summon enough undead minions. When the glasses guy teased that she must be interested in the kid, she held her blade right to his throat and threatened to slice his noisy tongue out if he kept talking garbage. Apologizing instantly, the guy backed right off, mocking the tense atmosphere. Chiaoyu joked that being handsome is not a crime. The ladies invited him to walk with them, and he gladly obliged. The guy with glasses quietly harbored deep resentment, secretly planning to get even with her later. The lake was located deep in the woods, and their goal was to reach it without breaking any strict dungeon rules. Calling him little brother, the mage asked Chiaoyu why he was there. He paused to reply, then, out of nowhere, an identical figure materialized. To Chiaoyu himself, the blade master shouted, demanding to know why there were now 7 people in their party. Unbelievably, they had 2 identical necromancers now. None of them could tell which clone was the real deal. Stuck in this crazy dilemma, the man with glasses suggested they just execute both of them. The mage proposed a clever test. using necromancy, proving he was the real deal. But then, the fake began summoning undead. Talk about a problem. Nobody would believe a necromancer who cannot use magic. Either way, Chiaoyu does not appreciate being copied, and he is ready to destroy his copy. He easily slices it apart, catching the fake completely by surprise. As it loses its human shape, the monster turns out to be just tree trunks. Now it is desperate to crush the real necromancer, but its desperate attack is completely useless. Chiaoyu effortlessly cuts it down. It is just a common spirit, but defeating it might actually yield something unique. Suddenly, the blade of his spear absorbs a strange energy. He quickly warns his group that something happened to his weapon. Intrigued, they ask how a necromancer can wield a spear like this and how he took down a level 22 monster so easily. He tells them he has had an incredibly strong body since childhood. Suddenly, strange blue flames spark near them as a spirit rises from the earth. Chiba warns everyone to stay on guard, but the spirit instantly possesses the female swordmaster. Right away, she falls under its dark control. She strikes the necromancer directly, inflicting 1,000 points of damage. Seeing this hit from a mid-level player, Chiaoyu is glad he has massive health. Otherwise, he would be completely finished. She keeps swinging wildly at her allies. The others panic, arguing that they have to take her down before they get killed, but the mage quickly casts water magic. The spell traps the swordmaster inside a sphere of water. The others prepare to finish her off fast, but she effortlessly shatters right out of her watery prison. She is ready to keep attacking, which catches the other two players completely off guard. But watch Chiaoyu, he is already behind her ready. He strikes her right in the face with a solid blow. The sheer impact knocks her out cold, sending her falling to the ground as the spirit exits her body. The bespectacled guy is totally shocked by the young man's strength. Floating above her body, the spirit is fully exposed. The mage screams for everyone to attack, wielding his spear. Chiaoyu does not hesitate. He thrusts the weapon straight into the glowing spirit. The entity is completely destroyed, a monster that even their strongest warrior could not resist. Soon, the swordmaster wakes up, met with a glare from the mage. With the danger over, the mage heals up her missing health. The girl explains she lost total control the moment that spirit possessed her. Now, it is time to push forward, and Chiaoyu warns the party to stay highly alert. The swordmaster thanks him, knowing the others might have put her down otherwise. Chiaoyu simply smiles, saying dungeons are all about survival and teamwork. Still nursing her bruised cheek, she wonders why a necromancer is so ridiculously strong. He just shrugs, claiming he has always been built different. They continue advancing deep into the woods, but the two men fall behind, annoying the bespectacled guy. Hearing a strange noise, they look back. A massive creature looms directly behind them, creepy crawling out and asking if it looks like a human or a god. It is a rare level 29. Confronting the beast, the glasses warrior answers that it does not look like either. But before he can say anything else, the creature suddenly attacks them. Though caught completely off guard, they barely manage to block the heavy blow. The glasses warrior wonders why it is so aggressive, but his ally tells him to stop asking questions because that is simply the law of this forest. One fighter lunges forward in a bold strike, but the beast is simply too fast. It strikes him down instantly. His partner tries a flank attack, but the moment his blade hits the creature's skull, it shatters into pieces. He can barely even comprehend what just happened. Suddenly, the beast opens its massive jaws and begins to inhale deeply. A thick yellow mist creeps outward, aside from smelling absolutely horrific, it's highly toxic. The beast grins maliciously. At them, a brutal onslaught begins. Up ahead, Kyo suddenly asks if anyone else heard that strange noise. The group's mage replies that it sounded like a real fight. Recognizing their missing vanguard members, they realize they must have run into serious trouble. A quick search reveals the two men collapsed on the forest floor. The one with glasses is writhing in pain, pleading for help. Nearby, the Culprit towers over them. Staring down the party, the beast mockingly asks if it looks like a human or a god. Kyo casually comments that it resembles a fluffy mascot. This insult completely triggers the creature's fury. It absolutely hates that comparison and immediately lunges straight for Kyo. The mage panics, knowing how effortlessly the beast just crushed two strong players. Thankfully, the wood mage quickly acts to shield Kyo. Her summoned vines wrap tightly around the monster. Slowing it down, it fails. The monster is just too strong. As a result, Kyo takes the full brunt of the hit, losing nearly 400 health points. Yet he barely flinches, leaving only a tiny scratch on his cheek. It's impossible. The stunned beast can't comprehend it, slipping on some heavy brass knuckles. Feudal mocks the beast, asking if it forgot to eat its vegetables since its strikes feel pretty weak. Now it is his turn to attack, and he unleashes a massive blow, dealing 1,000 damage. The party is left completely speechless by the sheer, terrifying power of this young warrior. The injured vanguard, slowly picking himself up, is utterly amazed by the display. The shockwave of the strike sends a violent gust of dust and shattered leaves flying right past Kyo. This forest is full of wild surprises. The boss is dead. Kyo's allies are suddenly terrified of the monster walking right beside them. They suspect he might be possessed by an evil spirit, especially since Kyo did not hesitate to use dark magic to kill. The girls exchange glances, silent and uneasy about the whole situation. Walking back over, Kyo asks if everyone is all right, but the atmosphere remains incredibly tense after what they witnessed. The man with glasses barks at him to stay back, leaving Kyo completely confused. Pointing a trembling blade at Kyo, he demands to know if he is a monster. After all, no low-level player could ever crush a level 20 boss with bare hands, but then again, if he really were an enemy, why save them at all? Despite this, the suspicious fighter suspects it is all a calculated act. This forest is far too confusing, and if Kyo cannot prove his humanity, he must leave immediately. The girls defend him, pointing out that he was only trying to help. Still, the other fighter remains intensely curious about this young man's extraordinary strength. Pulling out a rare item, Kyo prepares his defense. Since a monster can never hold player inventory, Frozen nods, agreeing that the logic makes sense. Only actual players can hold items, proving he is not a monster. Although they remain highly skeptical, they can no longer argue the facts, at least until one of them spotted his A-rank item. Instantly, greedy malice awakened in their hearts. They faked a quick apology. Now that they knew exactly who he was, they kept walking, but Kyo was no fool at all. He sensed their dark conspiracy. Soon, the group moved through the forest under a freezing rain. How did a novice necromancer have 2 A-rank treasures? They did not care, they just wanted to steal them. This setup was absolutely perfect for them. An unbelievable stroke of luck. Believing they were stronger, they already planned to split the stolen loot evenly. Only one cautious member noted that Kyo easily destroyed a powerful beast, but the glasses wearer argued it only happened because the monster was poisoned. They waited for the right moment to strike. The glasses wearer prepared to give the signal, but up ahead, Frozen spotted something chilling. Everyone froze. She pointed forward, trembling violently in fear. An endless army of zombie-like creatures stood there, as if they were zombies. Eerie shadows rose like restless spirits. One of them guessed these were the lost souls of those who died here, trapped forever in this terrifying dungeon. Suddenly, the robed woman urged them to gather around her quickly. They found a stone altar covered in mysterious inscriptions carved on its surface. Reading the text, the black-haired woman stated that only by sacrificing a living soul could they clear this dungeon's final task. She also revealed that the floating wanderers in the lake were actually sacrificed slaves, doomed to remain trapped in this dark, watery prison forever. This cruel sacrificial demand did not sit well with everyone, but for The thieves planning to rob the necromancer, this was the perfect opportunity. They immediately advanced, ready to murder him. Frozen watched in utter shock, completely unable to understand their betrayal. They shoved Kyo forward, claiming they were simply completing the dungeon quest. This betrayal deeply infuriated Kyo, who had literally saved their lives earlier. The glasses wearer sneered that there is no loyalty. Dungeon, outside they would just be strangers, and this was entirely Kyo's own fault. For being too weak, now Kyo stood silently at the center of the altar. The glasses wearer ordered his accomplice to activate the stone, but the thug had no idea how to do it. Demanding help from the long-haired woman, she bluntly replied she had no obligation to help them. Enraged, the leader threatened to deal with her. Later, to avoid any mistakes, they decided to execute Kyo right there on the altar. His director had warned him about bad hunters, but Kyo never expected to encounter such trash so early in his journey. To them, Kyo was just a useless necromancer who couldn't even summon skeletons, a complete failure posing zero threat to them. While the others hesitated in fear, the brave long-haired woman stepped forward, declaring that Kyo had saved her, so she would gladly repay the favor. The two fools charged ahead fiercely at the person they assumed was weak. Suddenly, Kyo unleashed his monstrous, terrifying aura, ready to wipe these trashy extras from existence. It was only a matter of seconds before they realized their mistake, as their desperate strikes against Kyo proved utterly useless. A heavy sword strike was effortlessly deflected by his spear. Still, the fools tried to intimidate him, demanding he surrender his epic treasures in exchange for his life. Honestly, Kyo found their pathetic greed almost hilarious. They only wanted his priceless gear. Too bad Cow easily blasts him away. That idiot is gone. Now, the spectacled punk realizes things are turning bad. Especially since the long-haired girl just arrived to defend her savior, Cow. Even knowing Cow saved her, she still hesitates. Why step in now? It makes no sense to him, so she explains she owes him her life. She is alive because of him. Helping now is the absolute least she can do. Yet the greedy jerk still demands a sacrifice, calling the rookie perfect. Meanwhile, the hooded girl silently watches the clash. No way will she cooperate. The trial requires a life sacrifice, not merely turning on a teammate. On the other side, Cow keeps pressuring the other fool. No mercy. Seeing this, the spectacled guy realizes their situation has gotten much worse. His partner cannot understand how Cow can possibly be this strong. Smirking, Cow confidently reminds them a sacrifice must still be made. Working together, they believe they can still easily defeat an early-stage mage. This completely enrages the long-haired girl, so the thugs target her next. Suddenly, the hooded girl triggers a device. The altar flares to life. A massive barrier rises from the altar. No one understands what is happening. A system notification confirms activation. Extreme discomfort instantly floods the room. Protected by his immunity-granting pendant, Cow is unaffected by this mental attack. Glancing outward, the spectacled man glares furiously at the hooded girl. He curses her, demanding to know what she has done to this place. She casually replies she just wants to finish this dungeon run quickly. Hearing this makes him curse louder. Suddenly, vines erupt from the altar. The plants trap the players. She warns that if they attack Cow, she attacks them. Intrigued, Cow wonders how this mysterious girl knows how to activate the altar. He recalls a vital rule: never lose sight of a companion for too long. You must always stay cautious, because a backstab can come at any moment. With her knowing this much, she must have cleared this dungeon before. She turns her back, wishing for their deaths, but Cow will not die here. With powerful, shattering strikes, he destroys the vines binding him to the stone. Once free, he leaps off the altar and lunges straight at the girl. To her, this is completely impossible. She cannot comprehend his sudden immunity. With his ally safe, Cow demands to know her secrets. How does she know? He realizes her plan. She wanted to use them as sacrifices from the start. The wicked girl simply smirks. She completely embraces her dark intentions. Asking if he still has doubts, she unleashes a deadly plant technique against him. The vines turn as dangerous as whips, slashing wildly at his face. Determined to survive, Cao uses his spear to parry the deadly strikes. To his absolute surprise, his weapon cannot slice through these incredibly tough roots. She boasts that a novice-tier mage is nothing compared to her intermediate power. Unleashing an unblockable strike that grazes his neck, Cao gasps. What just happened? A tiny parasite has latched onto him. She tells him to stop resisting. As she steps closer to gloat, Cao spots the perfect opening. He immediately triggers his ring's ability, cutting her speed in half. It will only last 10 seconds, meaning Cao must act right now. Thanks to the pendant's ability, his strength spikes by 30%. Even with reduced agility, she acts completely invincible because he is only in the initial stage. However, reality hits hard, and this devastating incoming strike is about to completely send her straight to the afterlife, covered in sweat and terrified. She still desperately believes he cannot harm her. As a desperate defensive play, she commands the surrounding vines to protect her, but the plants are about as useful as a heater in the desert. Now her pretty face gets absolutely crushed by a fist, sending her flying like a soccer ball. Now she is left wondering how a supposedly weak opponent can break her with a single strike, but there is no time to think because the fight goes on. And once again, her pretty face gets absolutely pulverized by Cao's relentless fists, a barrage of strikes that would easily land Cao in prison outside of a dungeon. The sneaky girl even tries to play the woman card to survive, but Cao reminds her that she literally tried to murder him, so he is simply returning the favor in full. Even so, his new companions are still absolutely terrified. The beatdown lasts longer than expected, and the ring's magic finally wears off. The battered woman quickly backs away to avoid receiving any more heavy strikes. Even without the ring's power, the sheer force of the beating makes it impossible for her to keep fighting. Bloodied and with her pride shattered, she swears she will never forget. Cao quickly teleports away and vows this is definitely not over yet, but if it were not for the pendant from the director, things would have been far more complicated. Turning to his allies, he calmly tells them they are safe now, though they are still incredibly shocked and even ask him to stay back. So Cao explains he doesn't typically hit women, calling this a rare exception. At the altar, they realize the other two were already sacrificed. Cao immediately summons his spear, making one of the shocked girls nervously ask what he is going to do. He bluntly answers that these evil altars simply shouldn't exist anymore. For a moment, they watch in absolute wonder as his entire body begins directly absorbing the altar's energy, racking up attribute points and experience. With the destruction of this ancient altar, he levels up and secures a massive boost of power. It is a massive reward, explaining why that crazy woman wanted to sacrifice the others. Still, he cannot identify this strange energy at all. It flows into his spear. The girls approach him after the altar's destruction. They thank him from the bottom of their hearts, knowing they were almost sacrificed too, and decide to abandon this dangerous dungeon run. He tells them it is fine, and he would have helped anyway, while secretly planning his next move to the purification lake, freeing the bound souls from their eternal suffering. Arriving at the lakeside, the young man immediately begins stripping off his shirt. Frozen instantly turns shy, and her dark-haired companion demands to know what kind of indecent show he is putting on. He explains he is cursed and needs the lake to cleanse it, telling her to look at the dark mark on his skin. She finally gets it, though she initially feared he was acting on some wild, shameless impulse. Naked from the waist up, he dives straight into the water. Frozen decides to follow him and invites her friend along, suspecting they might also be cursed from this bizarre, dangerous place. Sure enough, the curse slowly begins to fade as Cao relaxes in the lake, but that strange seed is still stuck in his neck. He decides to deal with it later, while his companions undress and bathe nearby. That dungeon was incredibly bizarre, and honestly, without Cao, none of them survive. Thick mist blankets the water, completely hiding the fact that they are getting closer. Suddenly, they drift right up to Cao, sparking an instantly awkward moment. The young man quickly shifts the blame, but soon everyone gets dressed again. After a friendly chat, they all decide to trade contact info to stay connected. Once the girls leave, a system notification pops up warning him about his progress. The quest is still incomplete, asking if he wants to forfeit everything right now. Cao chooses to retreat for now, planning to return when he is stronger. Heading straight back to the academy, he enters the director's office to report. The director is genuinely shocked and pleased to see him walk in alive. Survival in a ranked dungeon is an insane feat for a mere novice. Still, the old man quickly demands to know what happened to his items. Cao explains that he only survived the ordeal thanks to the borrowed pendant. The director immediately reaches out to snatch the valuable magical artifact back. But Cao grips it tight, earning him a swift smack to release his hold. The old man issues a simple wager, bait him in a duel to keep it. Cao wonders what makes this jewelry so incredibly valuable to the director. Apparently, it holds a high-grade enchantment only found on top-tier items. Yet, Cao senses that the unique magic on his own spear is different. When asked about the dangerous curse, Cao proudly admits he fully purified it. Delighted by the news, the old man abruptly tells the kid to get lost. Stepping out into the hallway, Cao bumps directly into someone. To his surprise, the stranger greets him warmly by name. It is Long Shang. He was a fellow competitor from back home during the local city exams. Cao remembers this guy was the top-ranked genius who constantly appeared on television. Since they share hometown roots, Long Shang generously offers his assistance at school. They happily swap numbers, and Cao appreciates how incredibly approachable the senior is. He seems like a genuinely great guy, but Cao has absolutely no idea. Underneath that friendly smile lies a deeply jealous and toxic rival. But with the curse gone, Cao must focus on getting stronger as fast as possible. At sunrise the next morning, a harsh voice demands that he explain himself. Why on earth is a spellcaster joining in on brutal physical conditioning? This is Instructor Zhang, but Cao believes mages need bulletproof physical defense too. To survive in battle, you need a strong, highly resilient body to back up magic. Instructor Zhang insists on specialization. Even with raw strength, a mage remains a mage. Cao insists, keeping his true nature as a summonless necromancer hidden. Seeing his absolute determination, the instructor sighs but finally accepts the choice. He hands over the student's brand new identification card. Cao looks at it, wondering what this card is actually used for. It turns out everything here requires academy credits, food, top gear, and lodging. The rich kid thought he could easily buy credits, but he is wrong. Credits are strictly earned by sweating through difficult academy tasks. Realizing his massive wealth is utterly useless, he gets a harsh taste of poverty. The instructor gathers the students, and Kyo steps forward to join. Silently watching them from the sidelines is a curious professor named Jian Shu. He is an academy necromancer with a bone-chilling stare. Kyo shivers. Right then, the instructor steps forward. He is Huan Lehao, a level 35 physical trainer. He warns them that he absolutely refuses to train scrawny garbage. They must survive his crushing aura for 5 minutes to pass. A student nervously asks what happens if they cannot endure it. He promises to personally walk them to the principal for a transfer. With that, he unleashes his massive, overwhelming pressure. The force is suffocating, making many doubt they can last. One brave student speaks up, urging his peers to band together. Huan Lehao appreciates the boy's mental grit and focus. He hopes the kid can maintain that composure. This is Lai Lang, and he immediately gathers the others to plan. To avoid elimination, he suggests they pair up and fight back. If they force him to move, the pressure will break. With no objections, Lai Lang tells them to find partners quickly. The students scramble to pair off, leaving very few alone. Kyo stands there looking completely lost and ends up alone. Lai Lang approaches him to team up, and Kyo readily agrees. But Lai Lang wonders why Kyo is so thin for a warrior. That is when Kyo reveals he is actually a necromancer. Lai Lang is stunned, especially when Kyo says he is level 14. It makes no sense for a mage to be in this class. Lai Lang assumes Kyo is doomed, but Kyo is confident. He claims he is actually stronger than most of them here. The others scoff, warning Lai Lang that a frail mage is dead weight. Kyo is annoyed because he told the truth, yet nobody believes him. Lai Lang promises to buy him enough time to summon his undead. Their preparation time is up, and the instructor demands to know. The class shouts in unison, and the real test begins. Huan Lehao unleashes a terrifying, massive wave of physical pressure. And would you believe it, the pressure heads straight for Kyo. He never expected to be targeted first, but Lai Lang shields him. But Huan Lehao's aura is far too powerful for Lai Lang to block. The crowd panics, realizing that if Lai Lang fails, Kyo is doomed. To the instructor, arrogant freshmen must be broken early on. But Kyo braces himself, refusing to back down from the pressure. He takes 800 points of raw damage from the force. The simple aura release dealt massive damage, yet Kyo stands. The scrawny necromancer actually managed to withstand the heavy blow. Still, Huan Lehao refuses to let the weakest student stay standing. He refocuses his energy, blasting Kyo with an even stronger shockwave. Kyo grits his teeth, realizing he is still the prime target. Kyo immediately summons an aura barrier to keep from being blown away or instantly knocked cold. His classmates are baffled. How is this weak necromancer resisting 2 direct attacks? Especially since Lang couldn't even survive a single blow. Watching this mage hold his ground is totally unreal. Kyo keeps pushing. He has to survive. He holds on. Finally, the pressure fades away. Realizing the professor might just be testing him, Kyo decides to play a risky game. He boldly provokes the man, asking if he has been fasting this whole time. Lang panics because if the professor gets angry, Kyo could end up dead. The professor admits the kid has guts, but he's highly intrigued by his resilience. How could a weak necromancer possibly withstand 2 of his powerful blows? He declares that if Kyo can survive the next hit, he'll sponsor him at Kyoto University. Now the professor steps forward, ready to unleash a truly devastating, genuine strike. He launches a massive, crushing blow directly at Kyo with serious intent. But Kyo does not flinch. He is actually enjoying this. Their heavy auras collide, completely shattering the concrete ground beneath their feet. The pressure is so violent that Kyo's clothes begin tearing apart from the raw energy. No matter how hard Kyo fights back, he is sent flying by the professor's overwhelming aura. Blood spills from the impact. The watching students are absolutely terrified. This test is turning way too brutal. The professor tells Lang to get some help. He needs Kyo taken to the clinic, realizing he let himself get carried away. He fought a student for real, but the big surprises are just starting. Somehow he stands up, weakened but refusing to stay down. With only 200 life points left, he mutters that he survived the heavy strike. His classmates seriously doubt he's actually a necromancer now. Kyo looks right at the professor. He asks if the professor heard him, but then reality hits. His body gives out. He is in serious trouble. No strength left. He collapses instantly. He blackouts. Shen immediately begins scolding Lehao for fighting a kid. A while later, Kyo slowly wakes up, pulling himself off the clinic bed. He spots the professor sitting nearby, looking genuinely relieved to see him finally awake. Lehao tells him to relax, keeping his promise to mentor him at the university. But Shen snaps back, declaring that the boy doesn't need his protection at all. Get lost, Shen tells him. Now the bickering begins. One argues that Kyo passed the physical test, making him his official disciple, while the other insists that Kyo is still a necromancer first and foremost. But with physical stats that insane, he definitely belongs in the combat class. Shen demands to know why a necromancer would ever join the physical training track. Kyo simply shrugs, saying he feels it fits his style much better. Annoyed, Shen tells him he's dead wrong, and a massive portal begins to open. A giant beast claw emerges, revealing a massive dragon right inside the tiny clinic. Shen smugly asks if having an entire dragon army isn't cooler than basic fistfights. Lihao rolls his eyes, totally unimpressed by the flashy summoner display. Shen promises that if Kyo joins his class, he'll teach him everything he knows. One day, Kyo could summon an entire dragon with a simple flick of his wrist. But they have no idea his spiritual power is literally zero, making that completely impossible, preventing him from summoning even a simple skeleton. Still, Kyo declined the offer. Professor Shen was disappointed, yet he chose to respect the decision. Before leaving, he handed Kyo a card so they could stay in touch. Finding him would be easy. Then, the professor stepped through his newly opened portal. Kyo was genuinely impressed by necromancy. What a pity he cannot use it. The professor added that since Kyo is mostly healed, tomorrow's class is mandatory. He is taking everyone to a very interesting spot. Soon, class begins. They arrive at a rank C dungeon. The students gather before the professor. Their task is simple: survive and meditate in the Black Forest until dawn. One confused student asks if sitting in a forest is really that hard. To show them, the instructor tosses a small stone toward the dark woods. Midway through the air, the rock is instantly sliced into tiny pieces. The students freeze in shock. Some already believe they might not survive. The instructor reassures them, as long as he is there, nobody dies. They are not going to die, but intense suffering is absolutely guaranteed. Enduring this harsh training is crucial to building their inner willpower. As for the second lesson, they will find out inside the forest. One brave student volunteers to go first. The moment he steps in, he instantly feels a violent wind trying to cut through his body. He struggles to resist, completely baffled by what is actually happening. The instructor praises his courage, calling the young student highly promising. But he still wants to see exactly how long the boy can last. Seeing the training work, he urges the other students to enter too. He casually asks if anyone has a defense stat below 100. Kyo wants to know what happens if your defense is below that mark. The instructor replies that they would likely die, but Kyo should be fine. Little does he know, Kyo only has 6 points of defense. Noticing Kyo's reaction, the teacher asks how he survived earlier attacks with 0 defense. Kyo casually explains that his actual health pool is exceptionally high. He reveals he has 4,000 points, leaving the instructor completely speechless. It takes the man a long moment to process what he just heard. Hearing Kyo has 4,000 health at this stage completely stuns him. Now he seriously wonders if Kyo is a human or some humanoid boss. Stepping into the woods, Kyo's massive health pool begins to tick down. Thankfully, this harsh environment slowly boosts defense stats over time. Noticing everyone focusing on their stats, Kyo refuses to fall behind. He drops to the dirt and begins meditating alongside his classmates. Watching him closely, the instructor feels genuinely concerned for Kyo. He doubts the boy can survive with such a pathetically low defense. As the kids concentrate, the monsters in the forest begin to stir. A giant spider targets Kyo, but the instructor will not allow it. The other students spot the incoming threat and quickly panic. It is a level 33 monster with terrifying attributes. Kyo gets nervous. He might have huge health, but that is still a terrifying creature. Fortunately, the instructor steps in. He charges a massive strike to end it. No problem, he lands a direct hit, and the massive spider instantly disintegrates into a wave of green slime, witnessing this incredible strength. Kaya was sure the instructor had gone easy during their test with the monster. Eradicated, the instructor ordered the students to return to their meditation. He told them not to even think about leaving until they reached their absolute limits. This was a rare chance since they had their instructor around, letting them train safely in a rank C dungeon. After 2 hours, the first completely exhausted students began to stand up. Kaya was taking damage because his defense stat was extremely low. If this kept up, he could not stay much longer. Then look, the seed on his neck flares up. What absorption process had actually begun. It started regenerating his health points at the same rate he was losing them. At first, Kaya did not understand why the seed was healing him. Even so, he was pleased because without this seed, he could never have enjoyed the forest's massive benefits. Far away, a mysterious girl smirked maliciously. Thanks to that seed, she could pinpoint exactly where Kaya was hiding. With no risk of his life force draining, Kaya continued meditating. Those who could not endure to the end admired the absolute resilience of those who stayed, especially the fragile-bodied necromancer. Even the instructor admitted they were promising, never expecting Kaya to last until the end. He was intrigued, wanting to know how Kaya managed to endure. Still, he believed Kaya had reached his limit and was no match for Lang, who was also exceptional. Another student gave up, but it was not Lang who pushed onward and saw Kaya was still there, questioning if he was somehow weaker than a necromancer. The surrounding students wondered who would give up first, Lang or the necromancer. Kaya remained focused on his meditation. Meanwhile, Lang was clearly at his limit, collapsing from sheer exhaustion. The instructor knew Lang had reached his absolute limit, instructing him to leave the forest. Outside, the students saw Lang leaving, which means only one thing: our boy Kaya remains in the forest. And the instructor wanted to see how far he could go. The day passed, and by night, Kaya was still in the forest, showing no signs of fatigue. He truly is a prodigy, the professor acknowledged. Even so, deep night had fallen again. The instructor called to end the test because at night, not even he could protect Kaya in the forest. Kaya decided he would stop then. As he left, he realized the forest was truly insane. In a single day, he managed to increase his defense by 17 points. The students speculated that if it were not for the night, Kaya could have stayed there much longer. The instructor ended the class, telling them to rest. Few days passed since then. Thanks to the seed, his defense increased considerably, and he could not wait to continue training. Some of his friends approached him. The short girl suggested they should start a guild. There were several benefits like exclusive dungeons and competitions. He liked the idea, but right now, he had to go straight to his class. As soon as it ended, he would meet them to start the guild creation process. The rich kid agreed with the guild as long as he was named leader, and the chubby guy, in a rare moment of sanity, said it would be embarrassing if he were the leader. The professor was accompanied in front of a portal, having heard rumors of a prodigy in his class. Indeed. Oh, there is, and get this, the kid is a necromancer. After this training, his defense stat surged up to 500 points, making him realize he might have hit his absolute limit. Opening his eyes, he saw glowing lights, swirling lights around him. A blonde girl was standing there in the forest, the mechanical Empress. Chiaoyu wondered what she wanted there. Something inside him was absorbing energy, helping her rebuild her physical body. Uni never expected the seed to do this, asking what Her Majesty wanted to do. She reminded him that Chiaoyu promised to show her the outside world, and now it was time to finally fulfill that promise. Suddenly, a blinding light began to emanate from her. The Empress began merging back into his physical body, which was an excruciatingly painful process. But she assured him the pain would soon fade. From now on, she could hear and feel whatever he thought and saw. This weird invasion felt deeply embarrassing. He began to wonder if she now possessed every single memory he had. That had to be impossible. For a brief second, he imagined her taking a bath. She snapped, warning him she had no interest in reading his dirty thoughts. Finally, the creepy feeling of being watched faded. Since his defense was maxed out, it was time to meet the others. Meanwhile, the poor shield girl struggled desperately to protect herself. With her heavy shield, it looked like they were in deep trouble. Even though they did nothing, they were being targeted by a rival guild. Upgrading guilds requires honor points, which they start with 1,000 of. It was entirely their own fault for being weak. The thugs just wanted points, not lives. The fat guy and the rich guy argued, completely blindsided by this sudden ambush. They never imagined being challenged so quickly. The fat guy desperately messaged Chiaoyu, hoping he would arrive soon, but the rich guy was still highly skeptical of their odds. He knew Chiaoyu was incredibly strong, but these bullies seemed to be on a totally different level. Still, he kept fighting, but his desperate swing hit nothing but empty air. He was counterattacked with brutal violence and struck again before even hitting the cold, hard ground. This brutal beating made the shield girl scream out in pure panic for her friend Mafe. The arrogant jerk laughed, wondering if this pathetic loser was actually their leader. To them, it was hilarious. The rich guy lay completely beaten and broken on the ground, drained of all strength, but before the final defeat, Chiaoyu arrived, and he was not happy with the sight of his beaten friends. The fat guy was thrilled to see his savior finally arrive, but to the rival guild jerk it was just another weakling to crush. Looking him over, he assumed Chiaoyu was also a physical combatant. In response, Chiaoyu wanted to know what kind of idiot he thought he might be. The jerk hated waiting and prepared to take down Chiaoyu as well, throwing a massive, incredibly lethal strike aimed directly at Chiaoyu with the sheer force of that impact. A devastating shockwave erupted, completely shattering the stone ground. But the result the attacker wanted did not happen. Chiaoyu stood completely still, calmly and mockingly asking why. His opponent's strikes were so pathetic, mockingly asking if he was starving. The guy was absolutely furious, knowing he had used 80% of his strength and still achieved absolutely nothing. Furious and determined to win, he immediately unleashed his absolute most powerful and rapid technique. Every single strike hit Chiaoyu dead on. Watching this, the shield girl grew worried. Because Chiaoyu had not even tried to dodge the onslaught. To the other onlookers, he was guaranteed to die at this rate under such relentless, brutal force. But the absolute truth what he didn't realize was that none of his wild strikes were doing anything. And once the big guy realized he couldn't break through, panic set in. Chiaoyu's defense was impenetrable, making the chubby guy cheer for his buddy. Meanwhile, the other idiots finally realized their muscle head was getting nowhere. Even worse, their guild president was right there, silently watching. Meanwhile, Chiaoyu just stood there calmly, letting the idiot finish his turn. Now that the guy was done, it was Chiaoyu's turn to deliver some payback. Stepping forward, he prepared to make this guy regret ever being born. Sensing the danger, the big guy panicked and threw up a guard. His buddies yelled that since Chiaoyu's defense was high, his attacks must be weak. They told him not to worry. Hearing this, the idiot braced himself. He expected a weak hit, but Chiaoyu was already channeling massive aura. Focusing power into his fist, Chiaoyu slammed it right into his guard. The idiot thought he could tank it, but he received a devastating critical hit. His hand was completely crushed, leaving him sprawled out on the dirt, unconscious. Old man Zio sighed, muttering that kids these days had absolutely no respect. Losing all reason, the remaining goons foolishly thought they could take him together. But their president stepped in, ordering them to stand down. He warned them that none of them stood a chance against this guy. Their leader stepped forward, sensing Chiaoyu was at least at the intermediate level. This was Ludo, and he demanded to know if Chiaoyu led the Killing God Guild. From a distance, Mephi chimed in, loudly confirming that Chiaoyu was indeed their boss. He even bragged that the name was his idea, showing off his massive ego. Ludo proposed settling everything with a duel, winner takes the honor points. To Chiao's friends, this entire proposal sounded completely ridiculous and unfair. An intermediate-level player was openly challenging a beginner. Ludo demanded an answer, and Chiao accepted the terms without a single hesitation. The moment Chiao agreed, Ludo lunged forward, but the protagonist was ready. Chiao quickly blocked the sudden strike, feeling the raw impact. He recognized Ludo's attributes were physical, but then Ludo drew a dagger. Slashed with a hidden dagger, the blade's edge barely grazed Chiao's face. That nasty strike injured his eyes, catching him completely off guard. Ludo was actually an assassin, and the poisoned blade completely blinded Chiao. From afar, the short girl called him a cheat, but to Ludo, the only thing that mattered was winning, making everything else completely irrelevant. Since Chiao was completely blinded, Ludo moved in to land another hit. He landed a direct hit on Chiao, who couldn't even defend himself, and if that wasn't enough, Chiao now faced a brutal barrage of punches. His friends were terrified for him, as Chiao simply struggled to raise his arms. Holding up a desperate guard, he heard Ludo raise the dagger again. The blade aimed straight for Chiao's face, coming dangerously close to landing. But suddenly, Chiao's aura flared up, forcing Ludo to notice the change. A massive energy hand erupted from the aura, forcefully repelling Ludo. The other idiots had absolutely no idea what happened, and Ludo panicked. He grew terrified because he couldn't even comprehend this mysterious power. His health points dropped by half. Chiao warned him to be careful. The Empress thanked him with pure arrogance, completely ignoring who saved her. Ludo turned away, pretending to admit defeat, but he was not done. Chiao was not letting him walk away after hurting his friends. It would not be that simple. Ludo felt sheer panic creeping in. He knew this was the moment side characters get beaten to a pulp. Smash! Chiao's massive fist connects, sending him flying like a bird without wings. The surrounding fools watch in pure terror. They cannot believe their eyes. Still, Ludo stands up, absolutely outraged by what just happened to him. He knows that strange power is gone, and it surely cost him dearly. Opening his mouth, he fires sharp needles. Chiao does not even blink. He easily destroys them all with one effortless motion, truly spectacular. But the block was risky, and Chiao realizes he has been poisoned. Furious, he marches over to deliver a relentless beating to the guy. Every single punch lands right on his face. The fool is stunned. He wonders how a lower-level player is thrashing him like this. Seizing a tiny opening, he fights back to save his battered face. He fires more needles. This time, Chiao easily dodges the oncoming danger. But the attacks do not stop. A rain of needles descends. Chiao cannot dodge them all, using his hands to block the storm. While Chiao is busy blocking, the jerk prepares his next dirty trick. He unleashes a binding technique, aiming to paralyze Chiao completely. Once caught, any warrior is frozen in place, waiting for death. Thinking he has won, the jerk smirks at his helpless target. He steps closer, mocking Chiao for being unable to move. Where is that tough attitude from earlier? He laughs in his face. The crowd celebrates his victory, but Chiao's friends grow deeply worried. They fear he might lose. Ludo declares Chiao was remarkably strong. The strongest low-level player he has ever seen, but pointless now. Chiao ignores the bragging, looking annoyed while Ludo's spell suddenly fails. Looking back at him, Chiao suggests he was never a warrior. Ludo should consider that, since his insane strength makes no sense. With all that heavy defense and attack, it had to be fake. He strikes again without waiting, fully determined to finish the battle. Shadows wrap his fists as he lunges straight ahead. The noisy spectators suddenly believe in his victory again. Meanwhile, Chiao's friends watch anxiously as Ludo readies his final strike. He tries to hit the frozen opponent, but Chiao stops it. One bare hand stops it easily as Chiao prepares to crush Ludo. First, Chiaoyu softens his stomach with a devastating kick to the gut. Then a hit to the jaw. The fool keeps making excuses. Chiaoyu calmly points out that he was never a warrior anyway. He is a necromancer who just built a slightly stronger physical body. Ludo spits blood, horrified to realize he lost to a mage. His face is utterly wrecked as his henchmen rush to help. A few more hits, and Chiaoyu might have ended up completely bald. Still unsatisfied, Chiaoyu demanded to know who wanted to go next. The cowards surrendered. With their surrender, the war ended. Chiaoyu's team celebrated their legendary success. He rejoined his close friends so they could celebrate their great victory together. Everyone escaped with minor injuries, meaning a few days of quiet rest would easily heal them. They still worried about Frozen, whose shield was completely shattered during the battle. No shield meant no defense, so they needed to find a replacement. He eagerly asked the Empress if she knew of any dangerous dungeons that dropped high-level shields. She knew one, but strongly advised him against going because the monsters were too tough. Chiaoyu immediately felt challenged. He demanded to know where this place was. Turning to Frozen, Chiaoyu told her he found the perfect shield dungeon. They just had to beat the dungeon, and Frozen was more than ready to join him. Because this dangerous dungeon required at least 2 players, the duo prepared to head out. Their heavy companion mocked the two of them for heading into a dungeon alone at night. Hearing this, Frozen promised to violently beat his flabby belly the very second they got back. This was a ranked dungeon in the pseudo-underworld, and trust me, it's terrifying. Frozen felt nervous, but Chiaoyu reassured her, hiding his own near-death memories. He double-checked with the Empress to make absolutely sure this was indeed the correct legendary dungeon. She gave a suggestive wink. Suddenly, Frozen felt like she was a burden. Without a shield, she felt useless. Patting her head, Chiaoyu smiled warmly. "Relax," he said. Right then, a blinding purple light of pure energy enveloped them both completely. They entered a replica of Hades' underworld, a dark and eerie place. Frozen shook Chiaoyu awake. He opened his eyes to a strange sight. Underworld, they had officially entered the highly dangerous dungeon that awaited them. Curious, she asked if they were dead like in their previous adventure. Checking his status window, Chiaoyu quickly confirmed they were definitely still alive. No system warnings appeared on their screens, meaning they had entered as 2 normal living beings. Looking closer, Chiaoyu noticed a strange cross pendant around her neck. Though it embarrassed her, Chiaoyu reached out to examine the mysterious necklace. She insisted she had never worn it before, as the necklace simply appeared upon entering this zone. Looking closely at him, she realized Chiaoyu had an identical one on. These were clearly quest items, meant to guide them through the dungeon. Their mission was to cross the gate of hell and defend the deep Atrium River crossing. "Trust your companion," the system advised. She warned him about the gate. She warned that crossing the gate of hell offered absolutely no return to the living world. But Chiaoyu was totally ready, since their grim quest demanded it. Neither of them knew the way, so he suggested following a wandering soul. The silent spirit glided ahead, leading them toward the depths. They followed closely behind the floating spirit and soon found exactly what they were looking for. A massive crowd of lost souls gathered as the giant gate slowly opened right before them. Frozen stared in complete wonder, while Chiaoyu quietly confirmed these were real souls of the dead. The massive entrance to hell now stood right before their eyes. Suddenly, a giant, terrifying creature emerged and began greedily devouring the helpless souls gathered there. This was Sibaru's, an epic level 29 beast, and the system issued a very grim warning. Anyone trying to force their way past would be devoured by the monster. It seemed the Empress warned about this exact monster Chiaoyu couldn't hope to defeat. Frozen stared in doubt, wondering how they could ever get past those massive gates. Chiaoyu trusted his luck, betting that since the dog fed on random souls, it would ignore them. Right as he finished speaking, one of Cerberus' massive heads lunges at him. In the blink of an eye, the beast devours him whole. Frozen froze in horror. he was gone, swallowed in a second. Thick blood drips from the beast's jaws as another head spits burning venom. She shields herself, but her health points are already draining to 0. Fueled by pure rage, she charges forward to save her companion. After enduring that toxic acid for 100 seconds, her special necklace activates. It grants her complete immunity to any venom after 10 seconds of exposure. She is shocked. This immunity catches her completely off guard. The giant three-headed beast suddenly begins to writhe in agony. Its wild, erratic thrashing makes her wonder if it just entered berserk mode. A glowing blue light bursts from its throat as Chiaoyu emerges unharmed. His spear saved him, wedged deep inside the giant creature's throat. That clutch move was the only thing keeping him from being digested alive. With her partner safe, they quickly rush toward the massive gates while they can. Chiaoyu pushes forward through the chaos, desperate to reclaim his lost blade. Landing safely across, he looks around. Everything is totally different. Instantly, the system congratulates them for completing their very first quest. Reaching the misty riverbank, a lonely boat emerges guided by a grim ferryman. The dark ferryman, Kieran, demands a steep price to cross these waters. Chiaoyu hands over the gold, and the ferryman silently motions them to board. But the moment they step on, screaming lost souls swarm the vessel. Hundreds beg to cross, but to Kieran, they are just trash. Raising his heavy wooden oar, he beats them back without a shred of mercy. As they sail off, Chiaoyu watches the shore, his mind filled with questions. He wonders aloud why those lost souls cannot just swim across this river. Kieran chuckles darkly and tells him to dip his hand into the Acheron River. He leans over the edge, reaching down toward the pitch-black currents. Before he even touches it, countless rotting hands explode from the deep. Shaken, he asks the ferryman what kind of nightmares these things are. Those are the failed ones, forever doomed to rot in the freezing depths. Anything touching these currents is pulled down and claimed by the abyss. And now Kieran smiles, telling them they are about to join those very souls. They are alive, and they dare trick the guardian of the underworld. With a brutal swing of his oar, he knocks Chiaoyu off the boat. Falling in, Chiaoyu feels the suffocating, freezing grasp of the cursed river. Instantly, hundreds of slimy hands claw at him, dragging him down. Before he sinks forever, Frozen lunges forward and grabs his hand tightly. She holds on with all her strength, but Kieran is not done yet. He raises his weapon again, aiming to throw her into the depths too. Right before the blow lands, Chiaoyu activates his powerful ring ability. He pulls himself up, escaping the deadly water just in time. Chiaoyu braced himself and punched the ferryman hard in the stomach. The impact shattered the wooden boat. Surprisingly, the ferryman was weak. Entering the underworld alive was already a massive crime. But attacking the ferryman, that meant absolute doom. Chiaoyu tossed him overboard, sending his body splashing into the dark water. Hungry souls instantly dragged him under. Frozen worried this would bring trouble. But Chiaoyu reminded her that this was just a dungeon they had to clear. Pushing forward, they quickly approached the far shore. The moment they docked, Chiaoyu noticed another boat and another ferryman. The local players immediately grew highly suspicious. He wondered how Chiaoyu survived, realizing he was not the usual Kieran. Overhearing them, he realized they had killed the ferryman. Chiaoyu calmly argued that the monster had attacked them first. But killing a ferryman only spikes the dungeon's difficulty from now on. Chiaoyu asked for details, but the stranger saw no reason to help. He refused to share anything until he saw Frozen. Captivated by her, he suddenly changed his tune. This hell judges sins, and killing Kieran carries a massive penalty. But looking at Frozen, he told her not to worry at all. He boasted about clearing the dungeon multiple times. Frozen questioned his motives, since clearing a dungeon twice yields no extra rewards. He introduced himself as Wang Dafu, a professional guide. He explained this was his actual job, pointing directly to his wealthy client. She was a paying client who hired him to ensure an easy run. He invited Frozen to join, completely ignoring his client. She demanded to know why she was paying while he helped strangers. Wang barked back that his job was to guide, not please her. He even offered a full refund if she wanted to go solo. Ending the fight, Wang bid them farewell and continued his journey. With no other leads, Xiao decided they should follow them. Soon they reached the Judgment Hall, and wow, what an intimidating sight. This was the entrance to the first hell. Wang warned them to stay silent. He slowly pushed the massive doors open, revealing the grand chamber inside. At the far end, an imposing figure sat upon a dark throne. Frozen tried to whisper, but the creature banged his gavel for silence. This was the judge, Yin Yu, who would now measure their sins. Wang stepped forward, claiming he committed absolutely no crimes during his life. He bowed deeply, asking the powerful judge to look upon him with mercy. The judge opened his massive ledger, and a brilliant light burst out. The trial stone in the guide's hand shattered, proving he was innocent. Declared clean, Wang passed the stone to his client for her turn. Following his precise instructions, she easily passed the trial and was declared innocent. Wang noted the item had only one charge left, offering it directly to Frozen. She proudly declined, stating she had absolutely no need for his help. As the judge called the next sinner, Xiao confidently stepped forward. Chiaoyu had no choice back then, but now he genuinely wants to be good, the guide. Just smiles, knowing that killing the ferryman was already a one-way ticket to hell. The judge finds his name in the ledger, confirming Chiaoyu is a sinner beyond redemption. Completely unworthy of forgiveness. First sin, he disrespected the holy remains of the dead. Second, disturbing their peace. Third, committing cruel abuse against helpless little animals. Fourth, defiling corpses. Even the guide stands completely shocked by these monstrous deeds. The boy is a total monster. His final and greatest sin was slaying one of Sibaru's heads and the ferryman, Shireen, for a violent soul like him. Who thrives on blood, hell is perfect. The judge sentences Chiaoyu to the first Valley of the seventh hell, the blood pool. There he will suffer for eternity in a boiling sea of blood. Below, the damned claw up to grab him. The judge wants him to plummet into the depths and burn for his sins forever. Suddenly, a strange red glow appears, puzzling the judge. Chiaoyu leaps forward, charging straight at the magistrate, absolutely furious that this guy dares play judge. And honestly, who wouldn't want to add beating up a corrupt judge to their record? The grand sin of beating up the judge. With one devastating blow, the judge is sent crashing straight into the wall. The guide has never seen anything like this. He is completely stunned, wondering if Chiaoyu is just a fool or insanely brave. Picking himself up, the judge mutters that it has been ages since anyone tried this, and actually had the power to pull it off. A bright glow forms at the tip of his fingers, manifesting a deadly spear to condemn Chiaoyu once and for all. Infuriated, the beast charges straight at our main character. His first strike misses but completely shatters the floor. Suddenly, he realizes Chiaoyu somehow stole his speed. Smirking, Chiaoyu remarks that this new agility is extremely useful. Both fighters leap high into the air, continuing their brutal clash. A heavy strike smashes the ground, but Chiaoyu dodges, grabbing onto his opponent. He halts his momentum. The guide mutters that the boy is about to mess up, while the client thinks Chiaoyu safely dodged, but despite his insane defense, the sheer shockwave alone inflicts massive damage. If his defense was still at 6 points, he would be dead. The Empress notes that the judge's weapon has armor-piercing properties. Chiaoyu asks if she can join the fight, but she explains that she cannot, as another dungeon's boss. Stepping in here would erase her existence. However, she can still teach him a skill. The only problem is Chiaoyu cannot use skills. The Empress tells him not to worry since her heart is always with him. Meanwhile, the judge commands Chiaoyu to repent, declaring he will personally drag Chiaoyu to hell. With that, an incredibly heavy aura floods the entire hall. The the guide immediately recognizes. This devastating, lethal energy, his terrified client asks if they should help. Fearing that if Chiaoyu dies, they are next, but the guide is in no rush and decides to wait. Chiaoyu is not intimidated at all, standing ready to fight on. Frozen watches with deep worry, while the guide suspects Chiaoyu has a hidden trick. The ruthless judge does not care and launches a ferocious strike directly at our protagonist. Watching anxiously, the guide thinks he might have to step in, but suddenly he realizes things are not as they seemed. Chiaoyu catches the sharp spear with his bare hands, stopping the force. Chiaoyu launches a fierce attack on the judge, sending the creature crashing hard into the wall. He lay defeated with his spear lodged in his chest, leaving the guide completely stunned. The guide wondered how Chiaoyu grew so strong, while the Empress asked about the skill. Chiaoyu liked it, though he admitted it drained a massive amount of his energy. This berserk mode boosted his stats by 0.5% for every 1% health lost. But staying in this state too long would trigger some pretty nasty side effects. Still, the skill suited him perfectly, and Chiaoyu was highly satisfied with it. Despite his heavy injuries, the judge found this fascinating and slowly stood back up. Amused by this clever criminal, the judge grabbed his spear and prepared to fight. He charged directly at Chiaoyu, who readied his gauntlets for a counter. Their massive strikes clashed violently right in the middle of the grand hall. The judge poured every bit of his strength into it, yet nothing changed. Watching from outside, Frozen blamed herself, feeling useless for failing to block the hits. But Chiaoyu stayed laser-focused. Suddenly, the monstrous judge made a grand declaration. He announced that as the underworld judge, he was officially sentencing Chiaoyu to death. With that, a devastating blast of dark aura exploded, leaving Frozen terrified for Chiaoyu. Thick clouds of dust filled the ruined air as the shockwaves slowly settled down. Chiaoyu lay motionless on the ground, his defensive item completely shattered from the blast. The judge still stood tall, while a weeping Frozen blamed herself entirely. The judge turned his cold gaze toward them, declaring it was now her turn. But he had absolutely no idea what was actually about to happen next. Chiaoyu got up, furious that the monster had broken his rare equipment. He muttered that the boss better drop something good, or he would demand payback. The judge called him a complete fool, mocking him for merely standing up. With a roar, the creature lunged forward to execute another deadly strike. But Chiaoyu shocked him, catching the razor-sharp spear with his bare hand. Halting the strike, he stepped forward to pay the beast back in full. He delivered a devastating, crushing blow straight to the judge. That brutal hit tore the monster apart, leaving the guide watching in absolute horror. The guide felt incredibly relieved. He had never crossed paths with such a monster. The dying judge simply could not comprehend losing to a mere mortal criminal. As the boss dissolved, a rare item materialized, and Chiaoyu instantly collapsed. The battle was over. Frozen and the guide rushed to his side. The guide praised his insane strength, noting that he needed urgent healing. But Chiaoyu ignored him completely, launching a sudden warning strike at his feet. The blast grazed the guide's arm, warning him to stay far away from the loot. Chiaoyu threatened that touching the dropped item would cost the big man his entire life. The guide quickly backed away, but Chiaoyu noticed a strange tattoo on his arm. Recognizing the symbol, he demanded to know why the guide carried the Bey's insignia. He pressed him about his connection to the mysterious and powerful Bey's syndicate. He questioned if their entire meeting inside this dungeon was just a setup. If this guide actually worked for them, then their network was terrifyingly vast. Frozen softly asked Chiaoyu if he was okay after such an intense duel. Chiaoyu nodded, immediately reaching out his hand to inspect the rare fallen boss loot. It was a soul core that could upgrade an item to rank B. He adds a special enchantment to it, but Chiaoyu is disappointed. He does not see any use for this. He needs weapons and a shield. Still, they have completed their third task. Now, they must head straight to the Temple of Hades to rescue Sari. Ahead of them lies the Glutton's Hell, sinners end up there, but it will not be a problem for them as long as they avoid the hellhounds. Frozen does not understand why there would be such beasts here, thinking they only guard the underworld gates. But this is the dormitory of Cerberus. The beast does not care about the living, and as long as they do not wake him, there will be no trouble. Zio notices something strange about the place. Looking up, he sees several glowing eyes. Suddenly, the guide orders everyone to run. Cerberus has awakened. The massive three-headed dog descends from the sky right toward the players below. They scramble to create some distance. The guide has run this path many times and cannot understand why the beast is attacking living humans. It has never done this before. Even Zio did not expect this, but since he previously chopped off one of its heads, he is completely hated. Terrified, the guide asks if he is insane for doing that, standing still. Zio orders Frozen to run with the others. There is something he left on the giant beast and he must retrieve it. Trusting her friend, Frozen says she will wait for him just ahead. Cerberus charges at the young warrior, full of fury. Before getting hit, Zio strikes his own chest. With the massive health he just sacrificed, he believes he can easily handle Cerberus now. One of the dog's massive mouth snaps to bite him. Unexpectedly, Zio strikes it, avoiding the bite completely. After that, he leaps toward the monster. With his newly enhanced speed, he lands several heavy blows. The monster tries to retaliate, preparing a venomous counter. Despite taking a solid hit, Zio is still standing. A massive blast of poison heads toward Zio and catches him. Poisoned, he starts losing health rapidly. Now even more enraged, he fumes at failing to easily beat simple overgrown dog. With power radiating from his body, he focuses directly on just one of the beast's heads to keep his focus straight. Using one of his hands, he grabs a heavy chain. Swinging it around, he successfully entangles the thrashing beast. All three heads are now tightly bound. The monster is immobilized but absolutely furious. Still holding the chain, Zio yanks it, dragging the giant dog until he realizes the beast is pulling back with insane power, completely catching him off guard. Thrown directly to the ground, shaking the chain in fury, the enraged beast smashes several stone pillars using Zio's body. Zio, tired of these canine antics, decides it is time to tame this beast. Pulling the chain hard, he commands the giant dog to stop. This sudden pull drags the monster right toward his fist. He lands a direct hit on one of its heads, shattering the beast's momentum. The monster squeals in agonizing pain before roaring out in rage. It begins sprinting through hell, dragging Zio along for the ride. Fortunately, Zio manages to scramble onto the beast's back, though he cannot figure out what is wrong. It has gone mad. Elsewhere, the guide believes they are finally safe. He eagerly begins consoling Frozen, completely convinced that the boy left behind has become kibble. Fed up with the fat man's terrible flirting, she tells him to shut up. Suddenly, she notices Zio approaching, and get this, he is actually riding Cerberus. The enraged creature storms right past them. The guide has no clue what strategy this is. Frozen felt extremely worried for her friend, but Proud insisted everything was under control. They were merely enjoying a quick ride. Gazing ahead, their guide spoke up. He warned them they were approaching the gates of hell. Packing immense power, the beast leaped clean over a lake of fire and brimstone, landing unscathed on the far side. Zio stood right before the massive gates, clueless about their actual location. On the floor, a sinister red light flashed, completely enveloping the massive beast. A heavy, mysterious pressure fell over it. Finally, Cerberus broke free from his heavy binding chains, tossing Zio violently across the cavern. Before Zio could even recover, the beast struck again, slamming Zio hard into the dirt. Bruised and bleeding, he realized he had underestimated this hellish beast. Right in front of him, his forgotten spear remained stuck deep inside the monster's throat, sparking a sudden glimmer of hope. Then, the central head that ate him before lunged forward, swallowing him whole once more, ready to digest. its prey, but immediately the monster suffered a massive reflux. From the beast's chest, Zio burst out using his incredibly sharp blade. 4. Swallowing him twice, this hellhound was clearly begging for death, even if it didn't realize it. Behind him, the massive beast fell completely silent. But just like before, no system notification appeared, making Zio suspect it was immortal. As if on cue, Cerberus stood right back up, completely healed. Under these circumstances, Zio shifted to his next plan, decapitating all 3 heads at once. Enraged, he decided it was time to make animal lovers weep, brandishing his enhanced spear. He shredded the beast, positioning himself directly above for a clean strike. With one brutal slice, he disconnected the first head, just like an unplugged Ethernet cable. The beast's body lost connection. From afar, their guide watched in complete shock. It made perfect sense why the boss wanted Zio. This young kid really knew how to shock people. Now he had to finish off the hellhound before its severed head regenerated. He leaped toward the next target with one swift, devastating slash. The second head fell. Only one last head stood between him and victory. Zio descended with absolute crushing force. His strike landed with a deafening boom. Finally, he brought it down, earning precious attribute points and a level up. This stunning victory upgraded his spear to rank B now. If an enemy blocks his strike, it triggers an automatic follow-up strike, stacking indefinitely. Even Zio never expected his weapon to evolve. Frozen rushed over alongside the others, but Zio waved it off as just a basic mutt, leaving the guide completely speechless. As an extra reward, the fallen beast left behind a rare item, a single-use petal that boosts all stats by 100 points for 10 minutes, but drains 10% of intelligence afterward. Highly useful buff, especially since its side effects barely mattered to him. Their guide was highly curious about the drop, but Zio dismissed it as complete trash. Frozen then stepped forward to share an update, asking the guide about her strange pendant. He admitted he had never encountered anything like it. This clearly implied they were the sole players to receive such a drop, though its true purpose stayed locked. Having completed their 4th quest, the final challenge unlocked, and their mysterious pendants suddenly reacted, requiring them to insert the 2 relics inside Hades's. They must clear the temple, destroy the fake underworld, and escape. Otherwise, they get buried inside. The guide demands to know what they did. Chiaoyu asks him, what is this ultimate quest actually about? In his previous run, completing the dungeon only required entering the temple. But this time, they definitely triggered a hidden event. The client of the guide wants this done quickly. She wants to leave. Since Dao knows the layout, he leads them down the correct path. This path takes them straight toward the massive temple of Hades. They arrive in the dead of night, only to find the gates shut tight. Ju spots 2 keyholes. Chiaoyu recognizes them immediately. They match their crosses. Slotting them in, the gates swing open. But as it slides open, a terrifying vision flashes in the mind of Chiaoyu. He stands knee-deep in blood, surrounded by a mountain of corpses. At the very peak, a shadowy figure stands grinning down at him. The vision snaps shut. He is back in the temple, staring at a coffin. Inside lies a cold corpse. He wonders if this body is connected to his vision. Ju notices his pale face and asks him if he is feeling all right. He stays quiet, wondering if he was the only one who saw it. Dao mutters in confusion that this coffin was never here before. And get this, without warning, the dead body snaps its eyes open. It grins and flies straight at Chiaoyu, catching him completely off guard. The phantom leaps out, charging him. Chiaoyu raises his guard to defend. But the ghost passes straight through his body and vanishes. Suddenly, a loud alert. The system chimes in his ear. He just obtained the seed of Hades, though its effects are unknown. Before he can process this, Ju rushes over, panic in her eyes. He realizes he is on the floor. Ju explains that he froze instantly. The moment he touched the crystal, his mind went totally blank. A tailored illusion, specially crafted for him, but by who? Now that the corpse is gone, he inspects the stone coffin. It is a B-rank preservation item, likely the coffin of Hades. Dao mentions the old legend of the true, dangerous underworld. Countless brave souls died searching for this legendary god and his final legacy. Chiaoyu wonders if his seed connects to that legacy. Dao spots two keyholes. Chiaoyu and Ju slot their crosses in once again. A massive tremor, the entire dungeon shakes, another system alert pops up. The ultimate quest is cleared, but they only have 10 minutes. The entire dungeon is collapsing. Chiaoyu receives a massive reward. Ju acquires a solid shield, but Dao is absolutely furious. He claims they ruined his income, but Chiaoyu says they must go. Dao kicks his complaining client, exposing his true and dark colors. Chiaoyu realizes Dao has been working for Bei this entire time. Dao admits it, he wants to destroy this place completely. It stops the underworld from tracking them, but can he win? Dao answers with a sudden, vicious strike, launching a deadly battle. He showed off his speed and power. Ju, holding her new rank shield, stepped in and blocked the strike, shocking Chiaoyu with her raw strength. Dao prepared to fight while Ju stood her ground. He launched a sudden attack, shifting direction midair to slip behind her and land a hit. That is when Ju realized he was actually an assassin. Shocked, Chiaoyu swallowed a soul-stealing pill to boost his stats. Next, he activated his skill, Wrath of the Mechanical Empress, charging forward to punch Dao with insane force, sending him flying. He turned to Ju, who insisted she was fine. But Dao came back even stronger, attacking again. Ju blocked the blow. But the heavy impact hurt her. Seeing this, Chiaoyu quickly jumped in and forced Dao back, now wielding the staff and the green dragon blade. He told Ju he would take over, and honestly, this fight is about to get intense. Surprised by Chiaoyu's aura, Dao questioned if he was really just a necromancer, unshaken. Chiaoyu slashed with his green dragon blade. Dao dodged and mocked his attempt at a sneak attack, but Chiaoyu answers with a dragon roar slash, pushing Dao back fast, unstoppable. He completely overwhelms Dao, who struggled to keep up, but failed, guided by the corpse ancestor's ring. Chiaoyu's speed surged. Dao could barely block the incoming strikes and soon lost his weapon. Terrified, Dao begged for mercy, offering to reveal secrets about Bei and Chiaoyu's parents, but Chiaoyu did not stop. One final strike shattered the ground, taking Dao down for good. As he faded, Dao cursed Chiaoyu, warning him that Bei would make him pay. Suddenly, laughter echoed from behind. Chiaoyu turned to see the purple-haired girl holding Ju hostage. She revealed she was also working for Bei, pulling off her disguise. It was none other than Hui, Chiaoyu's former captor. He was utterly shocked to see her behind the mask. Hui, quite surprised herself, hadn't expected him to recognize her. Chiaoyu laughed, asking her to release Ju so they could talk, but Hui mocked him as a fool. She then revealed her status as a level 35 shadow assassin, warning Chiaoyu to think twice, but Chiaoyu, he just smiles, fully confident in his new power. Powered by the Great Recovery Pill, he summoned his green dragon blade and prepared to fight. In response, Hui pressed a dagger to Ju's neck, warning him he would lose. With the dungeon collapsing around them, Chiaoyu reluctantly agreed to stand down, asking why Bei wanted a low-level player. Hui explained that Chiaoyu was not just some ordinary necromancer. He was special, and once he saw Bei's grand vision, he would understand everything. In that moment, Chiaoyu realized he was in deep trouble. He thought of the mechanical Empress domain, needing her power to survive. Reaching inward, he desperately called for the Empress's heart, while Chiaoyu secretly summoned his blade as Hui tried to convince him to join Bei. Hearing Chiaoyu's voice, Ju made her move, slamming an elbow into Hui, giving Chiaoyu the chance to strike with his green dragon blade, but Hui dodged easily, threatening to break his limbs before lunging forward with a dagger covered in aura. Ju quickly stepped in, blocking the blow with her shield, but Hui delivered a powerful kick, sending her crashing back. Enraged, Chiaoyu tries to launch another attack, hoping to unleash his dragon roar. But Huachi is way too fast, dodging every single slash with effortless ease. She drives her dagger right into Chiaoyu's hand, forcing him to draw back. Ju mocks his sloppy moves while Chiaoyu jokes, asking Huachi to spare him. But she does not hesitate, immediately slicing into Chiaoyu's left hand next. With both arms useless, he stands defenseless. Suddenly, she strikes from behind. She stabs him hundreds of times with her dagger, pinning him down. Unable to move, Chiaoyu has to endure Huachi's cruel taunts about his stubbornness. She kicks him straight toward the coffin of death to finish the job. Electricity surges through him, draining his life force. He starts blacking out. Huachi claims they are moving to their final destination, but she gets interrupted. Ju suddenly reappears, catching her completely off guard with a burning blue shield. Her eyes glow with the wild, fiery power of the underworld. Furious, she demands Chiaoyu's release as he barely begins to wake up. But the coffin's paralyzing effects keep him from even opening his eyes. Talk about a power-up. Ju unleashes her flames, growing stronger with each blast. Huachi dodges the initial blasts, but quickly senses the terrifying raw power. The blue fire burning on Ju's shield stuns her. This is no ordinary weapon. This is far beyond an ranked tool. Inside a quiet white void, Chiaoyu can hear Ju's desperate struggle outside, and deep worry starts to set in. He cannot understand how an early-stage player is fighting a high-stage opponent. Burned by the intense heat, Huachi screams in frustration, cursing her foe. A massive explosion tears through the area, followed by a terrifying, heavy silence. Desperate, Chiaoyu finally shatters the white void and screams out her name. Hearing her soft, comforting voice, a wave of deep relief washes over him. Chiaoyu begs her to escape the collapsing dungeon, but she softly apologizes. She cannot leave. As he demands an explanation, she gently kisses his forehead. Tears fill her eyes as she confesses she has watched over him always. Before she can say another word, violent thunder strikes, destroying the structure. A magical shield protects Chiaoyu from the blast as an exit portal opens. While he floats helplessly toward the light, the coffin's dark curse fades. Regaining his full senses, he screams her name with all his strength. But the sight before him is horrifying. Ju is surrounded by dark fire. Her body is marked with dark brandings as she smiles and fades away. He reaches out desperately, but the portal drags him further into the void. Just before the gateway closes, she whispers for him to live a good life. Everything goes dark. Much later, Chiaoyu wakes up in a silent hospital room. His friends, Roman and Matt, are standing right beside him with worried looks. Roman claims he simply had too much to drink and hit a pole. Chiaoyu does not believe a word of it. A deep, heavy doubt remains. Over at the headquarters of the Bay organization, Wei's boss is fuming. Wei desperately begs for another chance, trying to blame the recent accident. But her superior remains utterly livid, glaring down at her with cold eyes. Meanwhile, back in the hospital, Chiaoyu pulls up his status screen. A level 17 Necromancer, his stats are boosted with massive defense. His health sits at 5,400, with 40 experience points and 1,700 needed to level up. His active skills include Muscle, creates miracles, and Wrath of the Mechanic, equipped with an A- rank Corpse Ancestor's Ring and a B- rank. Golden Dragon Crescent Blade. Stunned by this progress, Chiaoyu cannot shake the uneasy feeling that some memories are missing. Right then, Long Jiang arrives. Hearing that his friend was hospitalized, Long Jiang rushes over to visit him. Bringing some fresh apples, he asks if Chiaoyu knows about the Global Combat Tournament, a massive event held once every 4 years. He explains it is a golden opportunity for young talents, offering legendary equipment, rare Skills and fame. Last year's winner even secured an S-rank item, although this massive tournament is usually meant for upperclassmen, Long Jiang invites Chiaoyu to clear a dungeon together to qualify, but seeing his bad injuries, he does not push it, promising the offer stands for later. As his friend leaves, Chiaoyu realizes this invitation might be a trap, especially since he is only a first-year student. Soon after, young Roman and Maffei stumble in, both heavily beaten. Chiaoyu barely recognizes them at first, but quickly learns that Maffei was found bloody on a roadside after exploring a dungeon. Young Roman explains they were investigating a place called the Spudo Underworld, where the powerful Hunter Guild was also active. When they asked about missing ally, the guild leader demanded answers. A brutal fight broke out and Maffei took the worst of it. Absolutely furious, Chiaoyu decides to confront the guild. Young Roman hesitates, fearing they are no match for high-level hunters, but Chiaoyu is determined to go anyway. Maffei agrees and the three leave the hospital to settle the score. At the Hunter Guild headquarters, Hang, a purple-haired kid, mocks them for daring to challenge him. He smugly points out that his father runs the entire guild. Spotting Chiaoyu, young Roman, and Maffei, he taunts them mercilessly, but Chiaoyu stays completely calm, simply demanding an apology to avoid further trouble. Hang just laughs and brags about his father's backing. Completely ignoring the insults, Chiaoyu strikes him with a devastating punch that sends him flying. Furious, Hang screams for blood and leaps into the air, swinging a massive hammer. Chiaoyu draws his golden dragon crescent blade to block the heavy strike. The impact shows Hang's incredible strength, but Chiaoyu does not flinch, as Hang channels mana into his hammer. Maffei leaps in and slashes him with a sword, but it barely scratches Hang's chest. Laughing like a psycho, Hang brags about a time at 18 when he was ambushed in a dungeon and slowly tortured his attacker. With a sick grin, he promises the same fate for Chiaoyu and his friends, but Chiaoyu warns him to focus on surviving first. Completely unfazed, Hang floods more mana into his hammer, gearing up to counterattack. In response, Chiaoyu unleashes his raw strength, violently shattering the ground beneath them. Realizing he totally underestimated Chiaoyu, Hang screams for backup. Young Roman tries to stop it, but Hang breaks his spell instantly. He counters with a devastating blood chaos hammer, unleashing a massive explosion that shakes the whole area. As the dust clears, Hang mocks Chiaoyu, completely blind to who he is dealing with, but Chiaoyu suddenly appears behind him, entirely unharmed, and knocks him out with one. He strikes the face with his golden dragon blade. Maffei and young Roman rush over, and Chiaoyu says they should escape before the Hunter Guild arrives. Moments later, a guild member shows up and begins tracking them. At the Hunter Guild headquarters, news of Hang's disappearance reaches President Zhu Cheng, who immediately vows to punish whoever is behind it. Meanwhile, Chiaoyu and his team keep running. Suddenly, Hang regains consciousness and threatens them, swearing that the guild will make them pay. Chiaoyu, irritated, slams him into the ground and warns him to behave. Maffei and young Roman mock Hang's earlier arrogance, but before they can make another move, Thunderstrike cuts them off. Turning around, they see Hang's butler, Charles, a light-type mage holding a staff crackling with lightning. Charles, acting as Hang's personal mage, confronts the group. He threatens them and begins casting a spell, demanding they surrender. Young Roman reacts quickly with an earth suppression technique, but Charles blocks it, easily showing extreme power. Chiaoyu quickly realizes that Charles is a high-level mage. As Charles prepares to attack, he warns they will regret resisting. Before he finishes, Chiaoyu, Maffei, and young Roman attack at once. Charles summons a holy light that freezes Chiaoyu and Maffei midair. Young Roman's spell manages to reach him, but Charles blocks it easily. He then cuts through the spell and strikes both Chiaoyu and Maffei, sending Maffei flying into a wall. Shaken, Chiaoyu realizes how terrifying Charles's power truly is. Charles praises Xiaoyu for enduring the hit, but makes it clear the fight is already over. As he walks over, he mocks their weakness. Talk about arrogant, young Roman. Meanwhile, taunts Maffei, pointing out how useless he is compared to Xiaoyu. Buried under rubble, Maffei finally explodes in anger, releasing a terrifying wave of sword intent. This sudden power-up stuns Charles as Maffei, fueled by fury, swears he will take him down. With one powerful strike, Maffei shatters Charles's holy shield and launches him into a wall, but even after that, Charles is not done. He responds by summoning a massive thunderbolt. Xiaoyu pushes young Roman and Maffei aside, taking the full hit himself. The damage is heavy. As the smoke clears, Charles prepares another devastating blow, but then Xiaoyu feels a sharp pain in his head and cannot respond to young Roman's voice. His mind is overwhelmed by strange visions, as if someone has been protecting him, but he cannot remember who. Taking advantage of this distraction, Charles slashes Xiaoyu with his golden holy sword. Still disoriented, Xiaoyu cannot dodge. Young Roman catches him, suggesting it might be a good time to retreat. Still fuming, Maffei grumbles about Charles's age, but is surprised to see young Roman already running off with Xiaoyu. Maffei follows, dragging the unconscious Hang, who wakes up screaming for Charles. Charles chases after them, reassuring Hang as they flee toward Jingdu University. He follows them onto the campus, which completely infuriates the students. A guard tries to stop Charles but gets sent flying. That is when teacher Juan arrives. Seeing the chaos and noticing Charles is armed, he asks Xiaoyu what is going. Without hesitation, teacher Huan unleashed a punch that completely shattered the holy shield of Charles in one blow, shocking him with absolute power. But before teacher Huan could strike again, Hung Shu Xiang, president of the Hunter Guild, arrived with an elite squad and ordered him to stop. Teacher Huan refused to back down, prompting Shu Chang to threaten him. But teacher Huan just smiled, welcoming the challenge with absolute ease. With overwhelming strength, he wiped out every single hunter with one punch. The massive impact shook the ground, striking pure fear into the remaining hunters. A veteran member recognized him. Teacher Huan was actually the legendary Battle King Huan Lehao. While Shu Chang stood shocked, Huan seemed to enjoy the clash. Eager to test him, Shu Chang swung a giant hammer at him, but the aura of Huan only exploded. He charged forward at insane speed and unleashed his powerful battle fist, getting faster and faster. His speed kept increasing as he closed in, and his punch landed hard, sending Shu Chang flying straight into a wall. Furious, Shu Chang responded by unleashing even more aura, but teacher Huan just laughed, taunting him. Senior Hunter explained that a battle maniac only grows stronger the longer the fight continues. As Shu Chang charged again, his hammer expanded and began releasing a deadly energy. The pressure between the two built, rapidly setting the stage for a devastating clash. Then, without warning, a sword wrapped in purple aura descended, slamming into the ground between them with massive force. Everyone nearby felt its terrifying pressure. Teacher Huan recognized it immediately, the legendary Kunwu sword. An S-grade artifact wielded by Lon, the greatest swordsman in the world.